Good evening and welcome to the regular City Council meeting of Tuesday, April 19th, 2016. It is 6:30 p.m. I'd like to remind everyone to silence their cell phones and or pagers, if anyone still has a pager. And let's see, Madam Clerk, can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Mosby.
Present.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Present.
Councilmember Holmdahl.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Vega.
Here.
Mayor Bob Lingle.
Here. Did I say silence? Okay, yeah. Okay, if you'll all rise and join. Let's see, this is Lompoc Police Department and Fire Department Chaplain Keith McClellan in our invocation.
As you can see, I'm not Bernie Fetterman, as is on the schedule. Thank you for letting me be here. My name is Keith McClellan. I have the privilege of serving as a volunteer chaplain with the City of Lompoc Police and Fire. As chaplains, we are able to provide emotional and spiritual support to our public safety personnel and their families. Also, as chaplains, one or more of us is available 24/7 to provide comfort, care, and support to the residents of Lompoc in times of grief, trauma, and loss. It is an honor to serve as a chaplain and a privilege to give tonight's convocation. I invite you to join me in prayer. Almighty God of grace, mercy, and righteousness, thank you for the gift of life. Thank you for your many and abundant blessings. Thank you for this wonderful city and all who serve it and sustain it. Thank you for the measure of health we need to fulfill our calling, and we thank you for sustaining us and lifting us up when we falter or grow weary. We thank those who in past generations have served diligently on this city council to bring our city to where it is today. We thank you for Mayor Lingle and City Council members Dirk Starbuck, Victor Vega, Jim Mosby, and Dwayne Holmdale. We pray that they would have the vision to protect and preserve that which is good from the past, while taking necessary actions to address the urgent needs of the present, as well as the foresight, vision, and courage to make those decisions needed now that will ensure that future generations have as good as, if not better, quality of life than we now enjoy. We humbly ask for your special blessing and protection upon our mayor, our city council members, our city workers, and our community leaders. Give them strength and desire to focus on the mission, purposes, and responsibilities that you, Almighty God, have bestowed on each of them. Their work is challenging, and their responsibilities are great. Thank you, God, that they are willing to serve. And when there is disagreement, may we all, through your divine presence and grace, be slow to criticize, be generous with praise, be quick to forgive, be disinclined to take offense, and be eager to first understand before seeking to be understood, so that your will be done. Tonight I ask that you bless and protect our police officers, our fire personnel, our medical responders, our emergency dispatchers, and others in our county who through their chosen profession place themselves in harm's way so that we may be safe and secure. I ask that you protect and guard their hearts from the effects of repeated exposure to suffering, pain, and evil. Almighty God, as we enter into tonight's agenda, I pray for clarity and confidence for those making presentations, and in particular, I pray for our mayor and this assembled council and staff. Bless them with wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times. Bless them with a sense of the welfare and the true needs of our people. Bless them with a keen thirst for justice and righteousness, and bless them with confidence in what is good and fitting. Bless them with the ability to work together in harmony, even where there is honest disagreement. Bless them with personal peace in their lives and joy in their task. And finally, Almighty God, renew us with the strength of your presence and the joy of helping to build a community consistent with your purposes and worthy of your pleasure. We ask this as your sons and daughters, confident in your goodness and love. And everybody said, Amen.
Please remain standing and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, it was my pleasure to present a proclamation to the Lompoc Valley Medical Center on April 12th in honor of National Healthcare Volunteer Week. See, now we have a presentation by the Chamber of Commerce CEO, Canestini.
Mayor, council members, staff members, Ken Ostini, President and CEO of Lompoc Valley Chamber of Commerce. Update for the last quarter of what's been going on. Economic Vitality, attended meetings for the Santa Barbara County Economic Vitality Committee meeting for January 28th, February 25th, March 30th, and April 14th. And we have a recent publication we put out. Teresa, have you seen copies of this yet? Okay, I have extra copies if you need some. I'll send these around if you guys haven't seen them, so you can each get a copy of that. But this was done by the Economic Vitality team, made up of all the chambers throughout Santa Barbara County, profiling what we have to offer in our county to promote businesses to come here and stay here and not go other places. So it's the first publication we've had, so wanted to share that with you. Also, this last quarter, attended leadership breakfast in the community, February 1st, March 7th, April 4th. February 3rd, we had our joint luncheon with Santa Maria at Vandenberg Air Force Base, always very well attended, usually close to 200 folks attend that. I know some of you attended that. Attended Explore Lompoc meetings on February 11th, March 10th, and April 14th. I know you're all aware of what Explore Lompoc is all about. Great organization here in Lompoc, promoting Lompoc and putting money back into the community. Attended on February 4th, the Vandenberg Quarterly Awards Luncheon, which I always do, so I know some of you attend that also. On the 9th of February, we had a mixer for the Flower Festival Association. Always fun. They introduced their candidates, their queen candidates that night, which is always kind of fun. Attended a meeting on February 10th for the Creative Crosswalks, and as you know, that's coming up this Friday, the next, hopefully without any rain. That will happen this coming Friday. On February 11th, I spoke at the National Association of Federal Retired Employees at the Elks Lodge about what's going on in and around Lompoc. Same day, I attended the Allen Hancock Foundation Board meeting. And then on the 17th of February, we had our first Old Town Market meeting. That's coming up. It'll be July 1st through August 19th this year, so make sure you get it on your calendars because we always have a booth for the council members out there, so that's coming up. 23rd of February, attended C3H meetings, the homeless initiative. I know many of you know what that's all about, but you attend that. On February 18th, we had a continuing meeting for our Shop Lompoc Shop Small events. That'll be coming up this year. In May will be our first one, will be Shop Small, and then May 8th will be SIP Lompoc, which I always tie those two together. On February 18th, also attended the YMCA Mixer. Again, I know some of you have attended that. On March 24th, had our first meeting for the job fair, which is coming up this Thursday. Hopefully some of you will be there. I know I got it on your calendars. On March 24th, also attended the opening of the Harvey House over on Walnut Avenue, and the family that moved in there was really, I know some of you were there for that. That was really a very exciting experience to see a family moving into that home that was in desperate need of somewhere to live. On the 19th of February, attended the annual Vandenberg Air Force Base annual awards function that night. On February 20th, did a ribbon cutting for Aloha Barbecue. That was a nice event, so it took the place of all the Cuisinos. February 21st through 28th, we had our first restaurant week. Hopefully some of you participated in that event. It was a huge success for our first time out. A lot of lessons learned in that process by not only us at the Chamber, but also by the different restaurants. So we definitely plan on doing that again, and there will be some tweaking of how that works, but it was a huge success for our community. Some of our restaurants didn't know how to take reservations because they never had to do it before. But there were ones that people were being turned away. They were so busy at some of the places, so it was a good event. February 26th, attended the YMCA Advisory Committee. On March 3rd, we had a business connection breakfast at Nika's. If you haven't attended one of those, basically it's an opportunity for any business to come in. They get a sheet of who they all are so they can kind of network before the breakfast starts. And then the only real part of that function is that they each get to do a couple-minute commercial about their business. So it's a good opportunity for businesses to network and find out who else is in town and develop some relationships with other businesses. Same day, we're there for a presentation of the Economic Vitality Award to Sissies. That's always a nice thing to do in our community. March 5th, ribbon cutting at Ave Winery down in the Zodovich building. That same, on March 7th, attended the Boys and Girls Club Community Council meeting. And that on March 9th, we presented a SIP Lompoc check, money raised from SIP Lompoc to Lompoc Valley and Bloom. As you may know, the money raised from that is put back into the community, and this is just another opportunity to give back to one of our organizations trying to do good things in Lompoc. March 11th, attended the library ribbon cutting for the Charlotte Benton Bookmobile. That was very exciting. It's been a long time. I know many of you were there for that. Long overdue. It was great to see that vehicle, and I saw it down at the Spring Fest this weekend, so I'm sure it's going to be very well utilized. That evening, I spoke to a group at Calvary Baptist Church, again, just about the ongoing activities of Lompoc and business changes and updates and those kind of things in Lompoc. On March 12th, we did a ribbon cutting for the Discovery Gallery over here in the Wilkerson building, just a few blocks away. On March 14th, my executive assistant, Chelsea Cochran, attended the Central Coast Tourism Council annual seminar and conference up in San Luis. She's now on their website committee, and she's been a nominee for their board, so that's a great addition for us to have her involved with that group, and she's very excited about that. Again, was fortunate to be a part of the March 16th Albertsons ribbon cutting and the reopening of Albertsons. Very exciting, again, for our community. I know many of you were at that event also. That night, we had a mixture at the party shop. March 18th, I'm a new member of the Workforce Development Board for Santa Barbara County, so we had our first training that day, as well as my first board meeting for that, so that was very interesting. And it'll be an ongoing process for a few years at least. March 21st, I was asked to speak at Lompoc High School to 3.85 students, grade point average students and higher. I was quite shocked because I'm lucky I even graduated from Lompoc High School, but I don't think it's about what I did in the past is where you're at now, but it was very enjoyable to see these great young students who have done so well and to talk to them about what their futures have and what options they have out there for them. So that was enjoyable. We hosted a seminar at the Chamber on Grow Your Business. We're starting to do a lot more things like that, a lot of internet kind of things, email marketing, that kind of stuff that Chelsea Cochran, again, has been very active in social media. But it's been very good, and our members really appreciate that. Recently, I was selected to be a civic leader for Air Force Education and Training Command, and I attended a trip down at Randolph Air Force Base with Lieutenant General Darrell Roberson and got to see some of the operations down at Randolph and at Lackland for education and training. Just happened to be 3 days later, he came to Lompoc or to Vandenberg, and we had dinner with the civic leaders. There's a number of us from this community at Terravant and Buellton, but it's very interesting to be involved with what's going on with the Air Force. Of course, attended the Economic Development Committee meeting on April 7th, and I'm almost done, guys. I can figure out what page I'm on. Okay. April 12th, mixer at the Lompoc Valley Medical Center. Always a good one. They always recognize their volunteers. Always one of probably the better attended mixers I've seen. Probably easily 75 to 100 people at that event. Today I met with Laura Capps and Ashley Costa about the Santa Barbara County Food Action Plan. Some of you may be aware of that. Trying to develop a plan to help understand where our food comes from, where it goes, and how we can get it into the hands of people that are really in need of it. So it's more to come from that, and the plan is not official yet, but they're due hopefully sometime next month. Thursday, we have our next luncheon at Miyamori in Lompoc. The police department will be there to speak. Sergeant Kevin Martin will be talking. I already mentioned Creative Crosswalks. On April 23rd, our youth leadership kids will be involved with the 11 Lompoc project at the Bridge House to do a cleanup project there. So our 20 youth will be out there to help do cleanup with a lot of the community churches here in Lompoc. On the 25th of April, we will have a mixer at Scratch Kitchen from 6 to 8. So please attend that if you can. On the 28th of April, we have an email marketing workshop. Again, just another opportunity to help our businesses understand what opportunities they have by using email, social media, those kinds of things. I mentioned the business connection. We have a business connection breakfast. I mentioned those earlier. We have one on May 5th at New Life Christian Church, 7:30 in the morning. Please join us. And then again, I mentioned already our Shop Lompoc, SIP Lompoc events, May 7th and 8th coming up. And I did skip over one thing. I wanted to thank City Manager Weimiller and Mayor Lingle for our State of the City luncheon we had. Very, very successful, very positive feedback. Thank you both for for participating in that and providing all the comments. I just got to do the easy part. So thank you for your support of that event. So any questions?
Any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and now I'm going to present a couple proclamations. Boy, Ken, you're tall. Do we have someone from AAUW here? Ah, there we go, okay. How you doing? Okay, this first proclamation is Equal Pay Day. Whereas, more than 50 years after the passage of Equal Pay Act, women, especially minority women, continue to suffer the consequences of unequal pay. And whereas, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, women working full-time, year-round in 2015 typically earned only 79% of what men earned, indicating little change or progress of pay equality. And whereas, according to Graduating to the Pay Gap, a 2012 research report by the American Association of University Women, the gender pay gap is evident 1 year after college graduation, even after attributing for factors known to affect it, such as earnings, occupation, hours worked, and college major. And whereas in 2009, the Lilly Ledbetter Fair Pay Act was signed into law, which gives back to employees their day in court to challenge the pay gap. And now we must pass the Paycheck Fairness Act, which would amend the Equal Pay Act by closing loopholes and improving the law's effectiveness. And whereas, according to one estimate, college-educated women working full-time earn more than $500,000 less, than their male peers do over the course of their lifetime. And whereas nearly 4 in 10 mothers are primary breadwinners in their household, and nearly 2/3 are primary or significant earners, making pay equality critical to the family's economic security. And whereas a lifetime of lower pay means women have less income to save for their retirement and less income counted to their Social Security and pension benefits. And whereas fair pay equality policies can be implemented simply and without undue costs or hardship to both the public and the private sectors. Whereas fair pay strengthens the security of families today and eases future retirement costs while enhancing the American economy. Now, therefore, I, Bob Lingle, Mayor, City of Lompoc, California, do hereby proclaim Tuesday as Equal Pay Day in the City of Lompoc and urge our citizens to encourage equal pay for women. There you go. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Say a few words?
Well, thank you, Mayor Lingo. We really appreciate that. And hello to the City Council members. I'm Diane Owens, and I am the president of the American Association of University Women, the Lompoc-Vandenberg branch. And we are delighted to have you help us tell people about what is happening with equal pay. Last year it was 77%, so we've made 2 cents during the year. And this, of course, is a national average. California does better than that. It's actually 84% in California. So what has happened is that we can't get the traction to get this bill passed in Congress. And so every year we hope we'll do a little bit better. And we have made a little progress, but not enough to get a vote in Congress to pass the Paycheck Fairness Act. And what it does is it just improves what President Kennedy signed over 50 years ago. And it just puts some, loopholes are closed that prevent people, women, from earning the same salary as a man in a similar, with similar responsibilities, education, and experience. So we thank you very much for this. I want to recognize we have 2 AUW members, at least in the audience, Ann McCarty and Elena Jones. And we have a branch of about 120 members. So we're just going to keep working on this. I know some people think we might give up, but we're not going to give up because it's too important to the families. As Mayor Lingle said, a lot of families are headed by single women and children in the family, and so we need to level the playing ground. So we've been working on this since 1913. So pretty soon we're going to have success. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, Katie Wallace. Okay, this next proclamation is a proclamation, DMV Donate for Life California Month. Whereas organ tissue, bone marrow, and blood donations are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion for those in need. And whereas more than 120,000 individuals nationwide and more than 21,000 in California are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list. And on average, 22 people each day die waiting for their organs due to a shortage of donated organs. And whereas the need for donated organs, and especially urgent in the Hispanic and African American communities. And whereas more than 600,000 units of blood each year are needed to meet the needs right here in California. And whereas at any given time, 6,000 patients are in need of volunteer bone marrow donation. And whereas a single individual donation of heart, lung, liver, kidneys, pancreas, and small intestines can save up to 8 lives. Donations of tissue can save and heal the lives of up to 50 others, and a single blood donation can help 3 individuals. And whereas millions of lives each year are saved and healed by donors of organs, tissues, bone marrow, and blood. And whereas the spirit of giving and decisions to donate are not restricted by age or medical condition. And whereas over 12 million Californians have signed up with the state-authorized Donate Life California Donor Registry to ensure their wishes to be organ, eye, and tissue donors are honored. And whereas California residents can sign up with a Donate Life campaign registry by applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID cards at the California Department of Motor Vehicles. Now therefore, I, Bob Lingle, Mayor City of Lompoc, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2016 as DMV Donate Life California Month in the City of Lompoc and encourage all Californians to check yes when applying or renewing for the new driver's license and ID card.
Thank you, Mayor Lingle and City Council members for having us back here again this year. It's so important to our family and also just to the community in general to get the awareness out there about organ donation. And I'm surprised I'm not crying. I think this is the first time ever that I haven't cried when I'm talking about this. Our mom was, her Grammy, my mom and Christian's mom, was an organ and tissue donor. It's been exactly 5 years. She was a kidney donor, a tissue donor, and she donated her corneas. She was able to save the life of one woman, and thank you. I spoke too soon. And she helped over 50 other lives. So although I've lost my mom, I know that she helped an awful lot of people, and I've had the opportunity now to be a part of Donate Life California, and I'm proud to be a city ambassador, and I'm proud to be an ambassador for the DMV. And on April 8th, we were able to go and raise the flag at Lompoc Hospital as well for the second year in a row. And it's truly a blessing to be a part of Donate Life, and I appreciate you having our family here. So
Thank you.
thank you. We have a few gifts to pass around, and so I'll let the kids do that. Thank you.
Okay. Now we can clap. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I can,
Of course.
this topic is close to my heart, and we've discussed that before, but I just wanted to reiterate. I lost my brother passed away waiting on a organ donation list for liver, so I encourage you as well to whatever you might do if you're would consider that it really does impact lives and it does save lives when you're willing to share something like that, something very precious like that from your family. So I encourage you to have those conversations in advance with your families, make your wishes known, register with the DMV, as I've been for decades, and please do share life and allow life to go on and make a difference. Thank you. Okay. Make a difference in people's lives. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And thank you for your mother. So she was a blessing. Okay, city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to come down here because I have something good and exciting to share tonight. I am blessed to work with the colleagues that I work with, and especially when they do some great things. And I'd like to ask one of my colleagues to come up, Bobby Garcia. He's with our water division. And Mr. Garcia led an effort of a number of city employees in giving back to the community and creating a memorial barbecue for Dwayne Fuggs at Thompson Park. And so I first want to acknowledge Mr. Garcia and his fellow employees that did this great thing, and to have him tell us about the project and the other people involved. And just to personally thank you very much for your organization efforts on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Okay, Mr. Fuggs, I would personally like to thank you. Your son was a great person for our city. I'm grateful to be born and raised here, many generations of family in this town, and I really enjoy seeing volunteers, people to beautify this city. And Dwayne was a mentor. Dwayne passed away. He was worked for the water department. Unfortunately, he passed away on a job. And but the things that I've learned from him about giving back to our community, it's just I'm overwhelmed with what you have taught him. And I am teaching my children as well to give back to this community. This is our town. We need to do that. You know, I was blessed with a committee, the Dwayne Fuggs Memorial Committee. We had city members, the Fuggs family. We've got together. Multiple contractors in this town found out what we wanted to do. We wanted to build a memorial at Thompson Park to honor Dwayne, and we were able to build the picnic benches. We were able to pour the pad, build a barbecue pit, and it all goes back to our community for everybody to enjoy. And we have finally completed it, and I'm honored. You know, I feel blessed to be a part of this, and I hope more of us get involved to continue to do these things for the city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to public comment on the consent calendar. It's your opportunity to speak to us for up to 3 minutes on anything on the consent calendar. Seeing no one rise, we're going to close public comment. Oh, we do have one. Okay.
Sorry, bad leg day, sat closer. John Lynn, local resident. I would ask the council to pull item number 3 from the consent calendar and have a more in-depth discussion of it. I'm certainly satisfied with the selection process and the person that received the contract. However, I'm concerned by a number of things. First, that how would I say it? If we truly want to be transparent, having one agent represent the city and the buyer is probably not appropriate. Now, in my personal life, I've had realtors represent myself and the buyer, or myself and the seller. But that was a personal decision with property that I was involved in, and the government. I think in the government we need a little higher level of transparency, if you will. Number 2, I think the process of having the contractor go through and determine which parcels can be sold is probably flawed. All of that information is here in City Hall. We have an analyst now in the city manager's office that could do this work. The first step would need to be to determine when the parcels came in, and then through the city clerk's office, look at the title document and see what restrictions are on it, and then take one more step and go back to the council meeting when that was approved and see what the intent of the council was and what funding source was used. So as an example, when I was mayor and I wanted to do some projects on the old Highway 1 bypass along the river, and we were trying to put a tot lot in, pretty basic thing. We learned that there were some very severe restrictions on all of those parcels because $35,000 worth of CREF money was taken, and we simply couldn't do anything. We couldn't change anything on those other than a bike path and open space. And I contacted the county, and they were completely unwilling to even amend it to put a tot lot in. Also, back then, spoke with Laurel about some of the parcels in the river to understand why we owned a river bottom. And of course, she'd been here a very long time, and she said, well, the water department purchased those to protect our aquifer. So even if the council decided to sell the river bottom, which I certainly wouldn't advise, that money would need to be returned to the water department, not to the general fund. Now, we do have some parcels that are available for sale, and I spoke about those in the past, but we need to have our staff fully research the parcels that can be sold and then bring that back, the list back to the council before you execute a contract. And again, I would encourage you to make that one change with regard to representing the buyer and the seller. Thank you very much.
Okay, anyone else? Consent calendar. Okay, seeing no one rise, we're going to close public comment on the consent calendar and bring it back to the council on the consent calendar. Consent calendar, everything on there is considered routine unless a member of the council wishes to pull an item. Does any member of the council wish to pull an item? Councilmember Starbuck.
Coincidentally, I did want to pull item 3. I consider it to be not a routine form of business, so I'd like to bring it up for a little discussion afterwards.
Okay. So item number 3 will be heard near the end of the meeting, just before the second oral communication. Anyone else? Okay, I'd like I'll consider a motion to approve items number 1, 2 on the consent calendar. Councilman Starbuck.
I'll go ahead and move to approve consent calendar with the exception of item 3.
Number 2, I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Okay, staff presentation. Planning Manager Lucille Breeze is going to present the monthly update on the Motorsports Park.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Oops. Sorry, I need my little power control here. This is our monthly update on the status of the Motorsports project. Just going over the initial basics, that the city has a grant in the amount of $998,000 with the State of California Department of Parks and Recreation Off-Highway Motor Vehicle Recreation Division to work towards fulfilling this motorsports project with the foundation. Memorandum of understanding was signed between the city and the Lompoc Parks and Recreation Pool Foundation, and 2 amendments have been signed with that memorandum of understanding. The city has signed a contract with Meridian Consultants to perform the environmental work on the project. The fee for that is $231,585, and the city has signed a contract with that consultant. The foundation has deposited $40,000 with the city as the amendment number 2 to the foundation, or to the MOU allows. Yep. Now that's the preparation of the draft EIR, which is what we've actively been working on recently, is tentatively scheduled for release for a 45-day public review. This is scheduled to begin mid-May of 2016 and will be out for comments, be located on our website, and available in City Hall and at the library for people to review and comment on. The consultant is currently working on finalizing that draft EIR, and the city staff is reviewing the sections of the draft to prepare it for public review. When the staff was discussing details of the future lease between the city and the foundation, the city was advised of the need for some additional environmental documents under the National Environmental Protection Act for any facility that receives federal funds. So at this time, the environmental consultant is working with the FAA to determine the level of review that's required. And at this time, we will return next month with hopefully the dates that the draft EIR is specifically out, and any further information that we have available for you at that time. That concludes my staff report, or my presentation.
Any questions for Ms. Breeze? Councilmember Starbuck.
Just a quick question, Lucille. If you put that slide back up again, please. What is the additional environmental documents, and what is the facility that receives federal funds?
The airport receives federal funds. The FAA is the federal agency for all of the funding that goes there. And so there are additional documentation that we're looking at and in discussion with the FAA staff on. Thank you.
Ms. Breeze, Councilmember Vega.
Lucille, the timelines on the motorsports, it looks like we have till December 16th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
To have everything completed, or else the grant funds could be subject to having to be repaid by the city. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, timeline-wise, has anybody... do we have a timeline of construction? Can it be done under these parameters, or is that something that planning is not involved in? Or I just was curious.
We do have a timeline, and our timeline is something that we monitor very closely. And the environmental review and the documentation and the reviews as far as bringing back to the Airport Commission and the Planning Commission and the City Council for approval are all part of that. The construction of the work, and perhaps Mr. Lynn can discuss this with you more fully, but the construction of the portion of the Motorsports Park that needs to be completed for the grant portion, which is the off-highway vehicle, is something that the foundation believes they can complete.
It looks like we're not going to get, the draft is on the EIR is not going to be completed till July, looks like, correct?
Well, the draft is going to be available in mid-May.
Or the 45 days starts mid-May, but it's
That's
going to be really
correct.
by July, by the time it's available to us. Is that correct?
No, it is available for public review in mid-May.
Okay,
We will
good,
distribute
good,
it.
good. Just clarifying. I
Yes,
just want to make
thank
sure.
you.
So is there a drop dead date that anybody thinks that we're having to meet for the project to move forward? Maybe Mr. Lynn is the one that's probably should answer this or could, as far as project viability to be complete by
Well,
the December
as far
date?
as construction, I believe
Yes.
that is he would be the better person.
Okay, yeah, I just thought I'd ask, okay, so
Thank you.
everybody's wondering. Thank you.
Ms. Breeze, when we signed the MOU with the Motorsports Park, there were several milestones that needed to be met. Have all of the milestones been met so far? If so, have they been on time? And are there any that are unmet at this point?
The milestones in the actual MOU, when we started providing updates to council, we did provide specific dates and how far out of alignment, if they were not meeting the exact deadline, how many days out they were. We kind of switched over to the format that is just reporting on what the actual status is, but we could provide that past information to council if you'd like to see that. I don't have it with me right this moment.
So are you telling me that they have met all milestones at this point?
Well, we didn't, the milestones, the way they were written, they haven't all been made exactly by the date that they were adjusted. But I don't have that information with me right now to present to you. I can certainly obtain it and give it to you.
If you could just make that part of your next report. I mean, maybe an update on the milestones and where we are with meeting them.
Be happy to do so.
Okay, good. Mr. Lynn, would you like to come up and address? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember
Let him go
Humdahl.
ahead and let him address that, and then
Would you like to address Councilmember Vega's question?
John Lynn, Chairman of the Lompoc Valley Parks Recreation and Pool Foundation. First, I'd like to thank the city administrator who has, city manager, who has taken this project under his wing and has gotten it on schedule going forward. So recalling that the state grant is in two parts. The first part is for the environmental work, and the obligation of the city is to complete the environmental work. If something beyond the city's control caused that environmental work to not be completed, the city is not liable to repay the grant. The second part of it is the construction phase, and there the obligation is if we begin, we have to begin by December 31st, and we would have to complete it by March 28th. And Lucille's point was that we don't have to build the whole project. We only have to build the part of the project that is covered by the state grant. So that's the main motocross track, the kids riding area, the pit area with the amenities, the access road, and the trail ride area. And so rather than the fact that we would need to build the entire project as it has evolved, we have to build that portion in that time frame, and we have to install the amenities that are within the grant between the state and the city. We're quite comfortable that that can be done because it's just moving some dirt and putting in fences and relocating some of the amenities that we have at the existing park and bringing in some others. So that part of it we're very comfortable with.
Mr. Lynn, the cost for the EIR, the Motor Sports Park did not have the full funds, so we sort of are backing, the city is backing on that. At that time, you said that you had not requested back payments from the state because you hadn't reconciled with them yet. Where are you in the course of reconciling those back payments?
We actually completed that back at the end of February and submitted to the state. They have about a 60 to 90-day process to cut a check. They have not asked us for any, well, they asked us initially for one initial document, which we supplied the next day, and they have not asked us for any additional documents.
And what was the total?
Somewhere out there in Never Never Land is our check.
Okay, and what was the total that you submitted?
You know, I'm sorry, I don't have that with me. I'd be happy to get it for you.
Well, maybe you could ask or give it to Ms. Breeze and she could include it in her next report then. So.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And realize that the grant between the city and the state pays for 100% of the environmental work. The money that the city is collecting from us is available at the city's disposal to pay for whatever it is the city wishes to pay for. But the grant itself covers all of the environmental work.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Lynn or Ms. Breeze? Councilmember Humdahl.
Yeah, John, you just got through saying that on total payments and such, if this job, and if you haven't got it ready to go by the end of December, then who's stuck with making the payments back?
If for reasons beyond the control of the city and the foundation, we were not able to begin construction, for instance, there was an issue with the environmental work and it couldn't be completed in a timely manner and it was not within the city's control, then there would be no obligation for the city to repay the funds, but we would not be able to draw the funds for the construction side.
Councilmember Vega.
Mr. Lynn, you know, your timeline says you guys are quite, or what your comment was, you're quite comfortable with the construction part of it. At what point are you not comfortable as far as getting an answer? I mean, if you got an answer by September, so to speak, I mean, I'm just asking kind of for a guesstimate, you know?
If we had an answer by December 20th, we would still be comfortable. We have so many people and so many companies that have stepped up, and we have so much material already stockpiled that the construction portion of it is not scary to us. I was a little concerned because of the compressed schedule until I talked to Sixto about it at State Parks, and he said, well, you only have to build the parts that are in the grant, and we've added some things through this process. We've added 4 more tracks to the motocross area, but we don't have to have those built to open. We only have to have the tracks that are in the grant built to open.
Thank you.
Councilmember Humdahl.
That is also part of the EIR, right?
Correct.
You're talking about all the tracks, not just 1 or 2 tracks. All of those are going to be part and had to come back.
They would all be built, and we have a 6 to 10 month period to build them in, but the ones that we would focus on are the ones that we need to complete to fulfill the grant requirements. And the other ones would still be built, but they might not necessarily be built by that particular day. It might be a month later by the time we got done with them. As an example, there's a clay oval, and there's a pretty good amount of construction in that. And there is one group, the go-kart group, that seems like they're going to just take over that part of it with their contractor and build it. But that one has a lot more work in it than some of the others.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Lynn or Ms. Breeze? Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to move on now to oral communications. This is your opportunity to speak to us for 3 minutes on any item. Let's go for it.
I'm Donald Edwards.
You'll have to go to the microphone. Okay, okay.
I'm a systems engineer.
You have to wait for the comments at the microphone. Okay, state your name at the microphone and then proceed.
Okay, I'm Donald Edward. I'm a systems engineer, a long time, lived in Lompoc for 44 years and quite concerned about the drag strip / and particularly the EIR. I did manage to look at the plans since I was here last time, which brought up some more concerns. One, the ingress and egress of that area is basically a dead end and into that track. You start thinking about fuel and everything down there. If they ever got a fire going in there, you would have a major problem. The other thing that concerns me is the traffic. Traffic's going to be a total mess there getting in and out of the airport. Right now, it's a narrow, limited road. When you start bringing in events, like they're talking about 40 events a year at least, you're going to have a lot of traffic. You're going to have a lot of ingress and egress out of that area. The other thing that concerns me is I can't get any straight answers as far as the test scenario that was done, the types of vehicles that were done. I did find out that the outfit down in Camarillo is supposedly doing the EIR. The things that concern me about the EIR is the test setup that they use, the scenario, the test equipment, the basically the ranges of the test equipment, the frequency response, the DBA response, all the technical aspects of the thing. I can see, depending on how that was done, that's going to be a major question because everything right now hinges, to me, on that EIR. Now, the city, in turn, is my understanding, you're going to approve the EIR and give this track association the ability to start building this thing. The other thing, I gave you a handout there, is basically a little graph, and it shows what happens with the so-called 10-foot embankment that's on the left-hand side there. What happens is that that's been touted as the save-all of keeping all the noise out of the city. Well, what happens is if you look along the bottom of the page, you start moving over 10 foot at a time, the angle of deflection of the noise runs down from 45 degrees at its best all the way down to where you have the equivalent of 2 foot if you start projecting it out 50 feet away from the embankment. 50 feet away from the embankment is going to be nothing in that area. So that the so-called 10 foot is basically going to be equal to the exhaust of the vehicles. We're talking about exhausting open headers from track vehicles that are going to make noise, I mean big time noise. That noise is going to go right over the airport, right down O Street, V Street, into the meadows and every place else. The city, obviously...
Okay, you'll have to wrap it up real quick, sir.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I guess I'll be back next time.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments.
Okay, but I believe the city has a major problem and needs to look at this.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
John Lynn again. I just want to correct one point that the prior speaker made. The access through the airport is Monday through Friday, non-event days, and for emergency vehicles on weekends. The access for event days is through the V Street gate and around the end of the runway. So the traffic is not an issue. There is a very in-depth traffic study involved in this EIR, and there is a very in-depth sound study, and I would encourage everybody to wait, as several speakers have said, for the middle of May when it comes out, and everybody will know the truth. Thank you.
Mr. Lind, could I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
For community members like this gentleman that have questions, are your motorsports park meetings open to the public, and can the public attend?
Absolutely, but anyone that wants to, he came to my office and spent a couple, 3 hours with the plan set. Anyone is welcome to contact me and come and look at the plan set, look at all the documents. I'm there virtually every day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Don Buck, and I want to say thank you for the opportunity. Oh, yes. My name is Don Buck, and I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to speak before the mayor and the city councilman. I live in the corner of South 5th and East Cypress, just up the street from here. The street and the neighborhood is typically quiet. The street is wide, well-marked, has a posted speed limit of 35 miles an hour, has a bicycle lane on both sides of the street with a stop sign on the South 5th corner at the intersection of East Cypress. We have a steady number of pedestrians, some mentally challenged, others physically challenged, that live in the apartments immediately behind our home and at the end of the block, as well as bicycle riders and many elderly folks. First, let me say that I recognize that the law enforcement force have limited resources and can't be everywhere at all times. So it is somewhat unreasonable expectation that they spend more time at one location than another, considering the size and the population of Lompoc. But when a citizen calls the Lompoc PD to report excessive, frequent speeding down their street, or in Monday's situation, just this Monday, a side-by-side, two-lane, full-on race occurring 3 times in a 20-minute time period, and you call the Lompoc PD office, the 911 number, and you're told to call the business number, as they have to keep the emergency 911 number open. I found this to be frustrating and non-responsive, to say the least. A few years back, I called the Lompoc PD to report that an excessive number of drivers traveling past my home are speeding well past the posted 35-mile-an-hour speed limit, even allowing an extra 5 miles per hour, 5 miles average 5 miles an hour over. The Lompoc police officer who responded and looked over the street and its width said that even though there is a posted 35-mile-an-hour speed limit, that cars can travel well in excess of that speed and wouldn't likely ticket the driver unless it was doing 50 or more. I said, I accept your answer, but the street is just as wide from 3rd to A Street. Does this mean I can do well above 25 miles an hour speed limit there? He says, no, because it's a school zone, and you can't go faster than that without getting a ticket. I countered with, what's the difference between a posted speed limit in a school zone or a residential street? Aren't speed limits equally enforced? Last week I went to the city yard on West Laurel Avenue. I'm going to exceed this. Can I please proceed? All right. Last week I went to the city yard on West Laurel and I spoke with a city streets employee at the service counter. Told him about the speeders on my street looking for a solution. He said to watch what you ask for, because there have been incidents where, after reevaluating the traffic and street conditions, the city has actually raised the speed limit. There has been 3 speed-related accidents on my corner in the past 11 years. I think that beats out the average corners since I moved there, and only one resulting in any real damage. That was to my son's car. Sheriff Santa Barbara County knocked his car 2 car lanes forward, hit and run, drunk driver, no license, no insurance. I have asked for 2 stop signs in addition to the one that's there now be installed unless the city has a better situation or a better solution. I am requesting the city make an appraisal of the situation and let me know their findings. Please note, speeding and racing on city residential streets are not isolated to my street, as the document I am delivering to the mayor, or I have delivered to the mayor and the chief of police yesterday afternoon's reported. There may be other persons in the audience that are here also that were part of the Facebook discussion that was ongoing as a result of this. I want to thank you for your time.
Okay, Mr. Buck. Chief Welch, could you comment on any of these? I'm especially curious about the exceeding 15 miles an hour. Is that correct?
Well, first off, I don't know what the conversation was, but I expect my officers to use good judgment, and I don't think we want a police force that cites people for 1 mile over or 2 miles over. So, yeah, we all have our threshold. So, here's the deal with Cypress. We received a complaint through actually John Fuentes, who actually does our street surveys. And if you go to our website, you can click on the map, you could type in your area and say what the problem is. It comes to us, and we've created a problem, a COPS program for our traffic division to start working on, and they've started to do that. So we're working on it.
Okay. And I know in the past I've requested and you've always responded. I know there's another problem area down on West Olive, down by the junior high school there.
Yeah.
And occasionally there was the traffic sign or whatever it was, a flashing sign indicating the speed was put up there. And then you've also increased patrols around some of these areas. Is there anything? Well, I guess we should have Kevin McCune here from Streets to see if there's anything
we could put the traffic trailer out. The problem is it's getting pretty old and the batteries wear out quickly, and so it doesn't last as long as it should. We're trying to rectify that. But this is the first time we've had a supervisor working motors. So we have Corporal Garza on motors, and he takes care of the spot, any complaints like this. We try to stay in areas where we have multiple crashes. There's been one reported crash in this area in the last 4 years, but speed's an issue, and it could harm. That's a lot of the accidents are speed or running red lights or stop signs. So we're on it. We have this as one of our issues that we're working on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And Mr. Buck, just as a side note, my wife can attest that they do give speeding tickets in this community. She recently got one for 43 and a 35, so. Okay, I know, yeah. Okay, anyone else from the public?
We have some handouts. I might exceed just a little bit, but.
Good.
Mayor Lingle, City Council members, and residents of the City of Lompoc. My name is Dave Marston, and Vicki and I live at 403 South M Street. I thank you for the opportunity to address the council on an issue of major importance to all of our residents. Although I speak for our experiences, this issue will affect the privacy of all our residents in the future and has already affected the many in our neighborhood, and some of them are here today. I want to inform you that we have an individual that lives at 403 South L Street that flies a drone over an area spanning a 1 to 2 block radius around our neighborhood. This drone is a DJI Phantom 3 or 4 that has a 4K ultra high definition camera on it and possesses the capability for the operator to see what the camera sees in real time and possibly record it. The pictures in the attachment are proof of this capability. You can clearly see the camera and his cell phone on the controller. These pictures were taken of him on LVMS property through my kitchen window. In our home, we have a top-down, bottom-up roman shades, and we typically leave the top down about a foot at night. They are high enough that I cannot see our neighbors across the street, and they cannot see us. However, on several occasions, we've seen this guy's drone through the opening of the shade over the street while we're sitting in our living room watching TV. If we can see him, then he can most certainly see us, and you too. While notifying our neighbors of this threat, we learned that many of them have witnessed this drone observing their activities in their backyards. Additionally, we have witnessed this drone hovering at about 80 to 100 feet along the VMS back fence line adjacent to Olive Avenue. That drone's cameras are pointing in our direction of our backyard. Aggravated, one night I located the operator and asked him to stop flying over people's homes and to let him know that I thought it was an invasion of privacy. He became very angry, in my face, confrontational, and stated that I did not own the airspace and that he would continue to fly anytime and anywhere he pleased. I backed off, returned to my home, and called the police. We've reported to the Lompoc PD on 3 occasions, but since this technology is so new, they just don't know how to respond. They asked if the drone was doing anything illegal. I said that I felt that that it was illegal, but they chose instead to just file a report at my final urging. In fact, one officer, I don't recall his name, that came to the door, asked if I had talked to the mayor about this. I said, what? So here I am today. A week or two later, on Wednesday evening, 6 April, while Officer Morgan of Lompoc PD was taking my witness statement regarding the vandalism to LVMS property, at approximately 8 p.m., Officer Morgan and I observed the drone take off from this property and fly to key points and hover. At Officer Morgan's request, I sent him the pictures of the individual, the FAA guidelines given to you today, and evidence to show the capability of this drone. I CC'd all of you on that email for your information in preparation for today's appearance. If you would refer to the FAA flyer on the side with the red box, just to the left of the red box, it states the requirements of model aircraft. Most notable is number 5. Within 5 miles of an airport must notify the airport operator and control tower if you have one. The entire city limits are within that 5-mile exclusion zone, And I spoke to the airport manager, Richard Fernball, yesterday, and he stated that he has not received any requests to fly. So anybody flying in the city of Lompoc is illegal. On the backside of the FAA law enforcement guide in the black box is a list of actions that law enforcement should do if we suspect the drone operation is unsafe or unauthorized. The drone operator must show proof of FAA registration, just as drivers are required to show proof of vehicle registration if stopped. Most notable is number 5. Take action based on local laws, ordinances, and directives. Lompoc does not currently have a city ordinance covering the authorized and or unauthorized use of drones and model aircraft in the city. I firmly believe that the city needs to prohibit the use of any model aircraft or drone with camera capability like these in residential areas and restrict their recreational use to outlying parks or areas where their use will not infringe on the privacy of our city residents. I do not have issue with the many law-abiding model plane enthusiasts who fly in schools because they do not have cameras. I've researched civil codes to assist the City Council to develop and draft local ordinances and educate law enforcement in how to respond to these new emerging technologies. In regards to property ownership, California Civil Code 659 states that ownership of the land includes the free and unoccupied space of an indefinite distance upwards, subject to limitations. California Assembly Bill 856, Invasion of Privacy, amended just last year, amended California Civil Code 1708.8 to read, a person is liable for physical invasion of privacy when the person knowingly enters onto the land or into the airspace above the land of another person without permission, or otherwise commits a trespass. In order to capture any type of visual image, sound recording, or other physical impression of the plaintiff engaging in a private, personal, or family activity, and the invasion occurs in a manner that is offensive to a reasonable person. California Penal Code 647J, any person who looks through a hole or opening into or otherwise used by means of any instrumentality, including but not limited to a periscope, well, a periscope in the old days, a drone is the new periscope. Telescope, binoculars, camera, motion picture camera, camcorder, or mobile phone, or into the interior of any other area in which the occupant has a reasonable expectation of privacy with the intent to invade the privacy of a person or persons inside. This would cover peeping into your windows from above and outside the physical airspace of your property with the intent to view the interior of your home and your private fenced-in backyard. These civil and penal codes are enough to protect our citizens from creeps that want to trespass and invade our privacy using this technology, and they should be prosecuted like the criminals they are. As an additional thought and consideration in regards to sex offenders, I believe that registered sex offenders could exploit this technology to extend their physical presence into the 2,000-foot residential exclusion zone while not physically being there. The city needs to add an additional prohibition to Lompoc Municipal Code Chapter 9 to prohibit sex offenders from owning a drone and or amend 44.030 to include the airspace above the 2,000-foot exclusion zone. We need to take lead and act right now before the proliferation of drone technology gets out of hand, invades our privacy and all of our backyards. I want to thank the City Council and members of our community for the opportunity to address this growing nuisance and threat to our privacy. In the attachment, I've included a copy of my testimony for your future reference. I firmly believe that we can and will make a difference. I stand ready to assist the city in drafting code language to address this problem. The ball's in your court.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Marston. As it's a coincidence that this past week, the city manager and myself were up in Rio Grande, Atascadero, at League of California Cities meeting, and this happens to be one of the main topics we were discussing. And I believe there is an assembly bill being discussed, or a bill being discussed in the California Assembly right now that is going to be hopefully addressing drones.
That's right. 856 was signed by the governor.
Right, okay.
Right.
So again, I want to thank you for this, and let's see if we can take some action on it. So.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, wait, Mr. Marston? Councilmember Humdahl.
I was going to see if the chief had something to say. I think that I'm real glad to see it here because I've been thinking the same thing of all the problems that have been going on and what we have. There's going to be something going. So I'm glad to see Pat's here.
I just wanted to say that this is not the first time we've heard of this, and I'm excited that he knows an owner of one of the drones. So actually, he and I are going to chat, but I would be willing to assist the city attorney draft that policy because somebody has about a 5-foot in diameter drone that followed somebody out of town at 3 o'clock in the morning, which I think is kind of weird. So I think he's onto something.
Good. Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else? No, go up.
My name is Gail Dodds. I live 2 houses down from him, and I have 2 adult children and 4 grandchildren living across the street from him. And we were all at a birthday party, and this drone was flying and staying stationary and watching the kids, all kinds of kids, and it has flown past my house as well, and I have an elderly person in my house. So it's really a big problem. It's really scary to think that somebody's filming the kids, and their whole street is full of kids that he's flying around and filming and doing, you know, when nobody's home, I don't know what he does. So anyway, just my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else?
My name's Ed Manables. I reside in the city, and just a little bit addition to that. I can speak from the FAA's point of view, and I don't know if it's in the FAA document, but the FAA has a fine if you're flying a drone unregistered, and if you haven't checked with the local airport within the 5 miles, there can be a fine up to $250,000. So if you know who this guy is, you can simply, we can get you in contact with the FAA authorities. You can tell them who he is, and the next time you go fly, take pictures, show evidence. So I just want to add that the FAA is already addressing this, but the FAA doesn't interrupt very well with city and local authorities. It's hard to do that. So I just want you to know that there is a $250,000 fine, up to is what they state. So it's additional information.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one rise, we're going to close oral communication. And we're going to go on to public hearing. This is item number 4, a 2016-20 draft consolidated plan and 2016-17 draft annual action plan. Let's see, this is Christy.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, staff, Lompoc residents here tonight, and those at home watching. I'm Christy Alarcon, Community Development Program Manager here at the City of Lompoc. Tonight, staff is recommending that City Council hold a public hearing to receive public comment on the 2016-2020 Draft Consolidated Plan and the 16-17 Draft Annual Action Plan. Also approve the selection of capital improvement projects under the CDBG program for fiscal year 16-17. Adopt Resolution 603316 approving the 16-17 fiscal year budgets for CDBG and Human Services Program funds for inclusion in the Draft Annual Action Plan. Authorize the city manager or his designee to sign any agreements or certifications required to authorize the city to receive the program funds, and authorize submission of the approved 2016-2020 Lompoc Consolidated Plan and 16-17 Lompoc Annual Action Plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development at the conclusion of the 30-day public comment period, or provide alternate direction. So every 5 years, HUD requires communities who receive federal funding, such as CDBG funds, to develop a 5-year consolidated plan. Over the last several years, the city has been a member of the Urban County Partnership and was not required to submit a consolidated plan directly to HUD. In March of 2015, City Council voted to remove Lompoc from the Urban County Partnership and the Home Consortium, returning the city to CDBG entitlement status. The consolidated plan consists of 3 sections. There's the needs assessment, and then there's the strategic plan with 5-year objectives addressing community needs as identified in the needs assessment component, and an annual action plan for the first year of the consolidated plan, which is the fiscal year 16-17 year. This identifies specific projects associated with the 16-17 funding allocation. In March of 2016, HUD notified the city or CDBG entitlement communities of their allocation amount. The city's allocation amount of CDBG funds is $445,795, and there's a little pie chart there that kind of breaks out how we can use our funds per HUD's regulations. And we'll talk more about it as we get into this. In addition to the 16-17 CDBG grant funds, the city projects the following additional funding. In the staff report, there was a typo. It had stated $459,217 of CDBG program income. That is actually $467,217. And that's our program income. In addition to those funds, there's $13,981 estimated of human services donations and $25,000 coming from the city general fund. The primary objective of the CDBG program is the development of viable communities that is achieved by providing decent housing, a suitable living environment, and or expanded economic opportunities. All of these things are principally for persons of low and moderate income. Additionally, there are funding criteria or additional funding criteria which are listed here. CDBG funds cannot be used to replace city or state-funded functions. The human service donations that come from the Lompoc utility billing customers are strictly restricted to be used for human service activities and are not allowed to be used for the administrative costs. All funds, 100% of those funds, must be used for activities that benefit low-income persons, and expenditures that are not in compliance with HUD regulation are required to be paid back with non-federal funds. That usually means from our city's general fund. Community involvement is an important factor in identifying projects for funding under CDBG and home programs. To meet that objective, the city held 2 needs assessment workshops. We did it on 2 different days and in 2 different geographical locations in the city and at 2 different times to try and reach different populations of the community. In addition, we had a pre-application workshop in November that was held here at City Hall. And for a period beginning at the end of October and through September, we had a needs assessment survey that was conducted online and then by paper. And we received 155 survey respondents, and those were members of our community. The city's 2-year budget estimate anticipated CDBG allocations of $385,470 for the fiscal year 16-17. The city was notified in March of this year that the actual 16-17 grant amount would be $445,797, which is $60,327 greater than anticipated. As this is the first year of entitlement status after being a subrecipient of the Santa Barbara County's allocation over the past several years, the city had limited experience to estimate our allocation for this funding cycle. So we're happy we got more. Included in the annual action plan is a detailed description of the funding recommendations for 16-17. Program administration costs for 16-17 are capped at 20%. That's the max. That's all we can use for admin. That is HUD's regulation. Staff is recommending a $83,384 for 16-17 program administration and $5,775 recommended allocation to contractual service with Legal Aid Foundation of Santa Barbara County in order to comply with the legal, fair housing, education, and compliance requirements, which are a component of the CDBG program. When you add those two together, you end up with the $89,159, and that is our 20% cap. The city has $289,768 of 2016-17 CDBG funding for capital projects. ADA improvements to city parks and public facilities and Catholic Charities Mobile Home Emergency Repair Grant Program were both identified during the biennial budget process, and allocations in the amount of $254,768 for the ADA improvements and $35,000 for the emergency repair program are recommended. CDBG program income in the amount of $100,000 is recommended for funding the Housing Rehabilitation Revolving Loan Fund. The Housing Rehab Loan Program, coupled with other action plan projects for fiscal year 16-17, addresses rehabilitation of existing affordable housing and owner-occupied housing for low-income households and seniors. Staff recommends council unencumber $250,000 in funding that had been allocated in fiscal year 2009-10 to the Charlotte's Web project, which has changed over the years from a bricks and mortar library to a mobile library, which a mobile library is not an eligible use of CDBG funds. Moving the $250,000 of CDBG program income to the Economic Development Revolving Loan Fund would then make funding available to expand new and existing businesses in the city. Projected program income of $114,900 is needed to fund loan program activity delivery costs for 2016-17. Community development loan administration staff process new loan requests and manage the loan portfolio consisting of 26 active loans totaling over $1 million. Again, there was a typo in this section of the staff report. The total program costs for 43 are attached as Exhibit A to the resolution list in detail, and the staff reported stated 106,900, but the amount that is attached to the resolution is the 114,900. The city received 13 eligible applications for funding requests totaling $162,567. The commission met February 1st of 2016 to formulate recommendations for funding. Due to the actual 16-17 CDBG grant amount being significantly more than estimated, the commission met again on March 7th and formulated their final recommendations for council. The city may use up to 15% of its 2016 CDBG allocation to fund the Human Services Program. The funding available is made up of the following sources listed here. That 15% of our grant is $66,870 for 16-17. We're estimating human service utility billing campaign donations at about $14,481, and the general fund contribution of $25,000, which was approved by council at the request of the Human Services Commission due to the loss of the Comcast donation. The last of 15 annual contributions was paid on December 15th, 2014. And then I think I mentioned, but maybe I didn't, CDBG program income, there's a little bit there of $2,317. The Human Services Commission and staff recommends the following human service program allocations in addition to an estimated $500 for postage and supply costs related to the fundraising component that the commission does every year. So these are the agencies and activities recommended for funding for fiscal year 16-17. There is a lot more detail on what each of these activities do and how many beneficiaries they estimate in the action plan itself. Not necessarily the beginning component of the consolidated plan, but when you get into the meat of the action plan, that's where you'll find the details. In conclusion, per HUD's requirement to participate in the CDBG entitlement program, the 16-20 Lompoc Consolidated Plan and 16-17 Annual Action Plan was posted for public review at the library, City Hall, and on our city website beginning March 21st, and it's for the 30-day review, so it's still up there. City staff will continue to receive comments from the public through April 21st, and any comments we receive will incorporate into our attachments of our plan. Copies of the adopted City Council resolution, HUD certification, and like I said, public comments will be forwarded to HUD with the consolidated plan and annual action plan. Staff recommends council adopt resolution number 603316 approving the fiscal year 16-17 CDBG and Human Services Program budgets and related budget adjustments and supplemental appropriations in funds 43, 44, and 64, which are attached to the resolution. This concludes staff's report, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Councilmember Starbuck.
For public comment.
Well, first I'm going to start with, I bet this was fun to do for the first time, huh?
Tons.
Yeah, and second comment I'm going to make is you don't know how good I feel about you getting $60,000 extra. I've waited a few years to say that.
I feel good too.
Okay, now the questions. Since we're going to unencumber $250,000 that was proposed for the Benton Library. Could we use that money now with the Human Services Commission, replace the $25,000 that we wanted that we've agreed to take in the budget out of the general fund and use some of that money?
You're capped on how much you can use for public service activity, and it's a 15% cap. So
on the $250,000 or on the overall?
only on what you received in 15-16. So you'll notice that 250,000 is from 2009-10.
Right.
So that ship has sailed, I guess is the best way to put it. We can only use 15% of program income that came in during this fiscal year.
Okay, so then the answer is no, we can't use any of that money to
Right.
augment the Human Services Commission.
You would want to use it again in another capital format, which is economic development, affordable housing, or public facility.
Okay, so that was my next question here, is what other programs can we use that money towards, or can we bank it?
I wouldn't recommend banking. There's a lot of wrist slapping, I guess you might call it, that comes from HUD when there's a huge issue with timeliness expenditure of funds. You are supposed to spend your CDBG money within 4 years of receipt. If we do the math on that money, we should have spent it.
So basically, we have to loan this money or we'll get our wrist slapped.
We are assigning it to a loan program. So we are using it. Just by saying it's in that loan program, we're using those funds.
This is basically what Solvang Brewery used.
Correct.
The same type of funding then.
Correct.
Okay. When we move to the loan administration here, the program that's listed where it was actually $114,900 and program 431110 housing loan, we're not confusing this with first-time home buyer. This is home
Correct.
improvement type loans, the 26 that you
That
referenced.
administration cost is associated not only with the housing rehab loan program, which a recommended allocation of $100,000, because we just did about 5 loans, kind of we're hoping that's what we're going to end up doing, and at $50,000 a pop, that's the max. So we're going to blow through that money from prior years, so we need that $100,000 to keep that program going. That loan administration cost that you're mentioning, that is tied to not only that program that does the rehab loans, but also the administration of all of our other affordable housing loans.
Right, you're monitoring.
We cannot utilize CDBG activity delivery costs for monitoring, but we can utilize it for all of the other aspects of those loans servicing.
Okay, so I guess my answer is we got to spend it, we can't bank it.
Right. You can, but I would recommend if we were banking something, it would be money we received now, where we haven't really gotten a whole lot of large payoffs.
Okay, Ms. Halicon, I've got a couple questions. Going back to the $250,000. So if we're going to unencumber this, we are no longer saying that we have the money for Charlotte's Web?
It's my understanding that Charlotte's Web has been completed, but I'll let Patrick, he's been working with that group.
Right. What we did was recognize that we might have problems with CDBG use of the $250,000 with the projects that were proposed. So this council took action to switch that out. We changed the MOU that we have with Charlotte's Web, and we dropped the CDBG and are still committed to $250,000 in partnering with the trust. But we changed it from being city CDBG funds to being city funds. So all we did was, we didn't change our commitment with the trust. What we did in terms of amounts of dollars, what we did was take the CDBG out of play in that so that we didn't have it at risk and learn later we had to pay that back. And that's why now, for the parameters of this report, there's this additional 250,000 here.
Okay, because that was my concern. And we've been promising for years that this money will be used in some way for Charlotte's Web. And I hate to see us now go back on that
No,
one.
that commitment's still in place.
Okay, good.
Same amount, it's just not CDBG, it's other city funds.
Okay, and then my next question, on the agencies named, the Alliance for Pharmaceutical Access, is this a new applicant this year? Because I don't recall seeing them on there in the past.
They are. Alliance for Pharmaceutical Access, are you here? If you'd like to hear a quick little blurb about what they do, it's a wonderful agency, and the commission was very impressed with their application. So I'd love to have her give you some insight on it.
Microphone.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Nancy Louth. I'm a patient advocate with the Alliance for Pharmaceutical Access, or APA for short. We provide free services for individuals that cannot afford their medications, the cost of medications, by accessing patient assistant programs directly with pharmaceutical companies. As patient advocates, we provide this service for free, so we do not charge anybody for these services. And I don't know if there was anything else that you needed to.
Do you work through one of the major pharmaceutical houses, or like a Walmart, or?
Not with pharmacies, retail pharmacies. We do our research directly with the hundreds of pharmaceutical companies that are out there. As I understand, they have to provide some type of assistance to patients that are either uninsured, are struggling to pay for their medications. So we advocate and help these individuals locate those programs. A lot of people don't know about these programs that are available.
And approximately how many people do you service on an annual basis?
I service out of the Lompoc Hospital. I've been with the agency now for about 6 months. They just recently expanded into this community, but it has existed in Santa Maria since 2004. I know that it's been several $1 million in retail medication costs that we've been able to obtain for patients.
Okay, good. Okay, Councilmember Humdahl.
I just want to make comments. I'm very pleased with what I've had a chance to listen to and have been reading on the amount of work you had to put in. I know a lot of changes, and especially when you got HUD monies and state and federal government tells you what you got to do with it, and you got to stay with it. And I'm very pleased to see what we hear today. And we got the 200,000 or 250,000. It'll switch back and forth. It just stays in the same pot with a different name, and it can be utilized. So I think I'm really pleased to see what we had here tonight. It's good. Thank you for your job.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah, just one last question. Mm-hmm. There was talk at one time that we were going to develop a parking pad use area on the Benton property on South I Street. Mm-hmm. Is that gone?
I know that when I came on board, we were trying to figure out how we could utilize those CDBG funds and still keep it a Charlotte's Web, specific, tied to the specific project. And in researching that, it would have been a bit of a stretch. You can't just put a slab or a parking area. We really would have had to have developed, to actually meet the requirements of CDBG, is we would have had to have developed a park where low-income families within that census area could access all the time, and it was free, and that kind of good stuff. So just putting a slab for a place for it to park, for the library to park, ineligible use. HUD would have wanted their money back.
Okay, anything else? Thank you, Christy.
You're welcome.
Okay, we're going to open this up to the public. Anyone from the public want to?
Shoo, wee.
We want to keep you awake.
Freezing back there. Mayor Lingle, members of the City Council, good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to briefly speak before you tonight. My name is Ann McCarty, and I'm the Executive Director of the North County Rape Crisis and Child Protection Center. On behalf of the center, I want to thank the members of the Lompoc Human Service Commission and the Community Development Program for their diligence in ensuring a fair and equitable distribution of the funding for 2016-17, and encourage you to support their recommendations. From the application process to the site visits to the interviews, members of the commission have listened to our concerns about the needs of our community, have taken them into consideration, and have, in my opinion, done the best job possible with the funds they had to work with. They are to be commended for their hard work, their attention to detail, and the compassion they put into this very tough job. It was obvious that they anguished over their decisions as they wanted to make sure that programs serving vital needs in our community have adequate funding to do so. And the way I see it, through their thoughtful conversations, they did. It's no secret, nonprofits in Lompoc work hard, and when money is tight for us, it invariably means the need goes up within the city. That doesn't deter us from doing the job because it always has to be done, but with funding from the Lompoc Community Development Block Grant, the center is able to meet the critical needs of those in crisis with a bit more ease. Whether it's the immediate support right after sexual assault or someone who has finally gained the strength to seek help for something that happened a long time ago, center advocates provide sensitive services to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Sexual assault and child abuse can be prevented, and with CDBG funding, we are able to take our message into the community, providing important programming to youth and adults on the prevention of sexual assault and child abuse. The simple message I'm trying to convey is thank you. Thank you for believing in the work we do. Thank you for supporting the safety and well-being of this great city. And thank you for supporting the recommendations of the Human Service Commission as it pertains to funding for 2016-17.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one rise, we're going to close public comment, bring it back to the commission, or council. Okay, what's the desire? I'll entertain a motion.
I'd be glad to move the recommendation of staff.
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? Let's vote. That passes 5-0. Okay. I think we'll take a 5-minute break.
Oh, really? Gotta shut this off.
Okay, if I can have everyone to mosey on over to your seats. Okay, we're gonna get going again. This is council request, item number 5. Plan for city's payback loans received from internal funds accounts. This is Councilmember Mosby's request. Let's see, this is going to be Mr. Wilkie.
Thank you. As a council request, I put together a real brief staff report that kind of outlines some of the background of where the broadband utility started. And just as an aside, when I started here in 2009 as the financial services manager, I inherited an office that had a lot of reports in it. And one of them was the feasibility study for the broadband system. So I took it home, I read through much of it, and one of the things I was kind of interested in and didn't really know what the background was that the Wi-Fi portion of broadband was going to be the first of 2 steps, with the second step being a fiber to the home system that was much more expensive. So, and obviously that part never occurred, but that was part of the feasibility study. I'll just go through a couple items in the background. This all started around December of 2003. In January of 2004, as part of the review of the city council minutes, the then city council adopted an agreement with McKibben Consulting for approximately $800,000 with a authorization of the use of approximately $1 million from the electric fund reserves as a loan for the continued development of broadband services. Then it goes down to look at some of the other council actions between 2004 through 2007 that identified several broadband Wi-Fi related items, most of them about operations, but no other additional items were brought forward to define what that $1 million loan would be, the terms, any kind of repayment. And it was, at that point in time, it was kind of like a construction loan where it was being dispersed over time until it had the ability to be repaid. In 2014, in November of 2014, the final payment of the external financing that was obtained in 2004 was paid off. That was approximately $100,000 a year of debt service that was being paid on that original $800,000 that disappeared at that point in time. In developing the budget for 2017, based on that ability of it to be the loan to be repaid, we set as part of the budget repayment terms of 30 years at the LAIF rate that was in existence at the time the budget was prepared, which was the first quarter of 2015. So having said that, included in the package is the amortization schedule. That's a 30-year amortization schedule, fixed rate at that rate that LAIF had set, which was our investment rate at the time. And that was part of the budget that was approved for 15-17. Approximately $166,000 a year is being repaid back to the electric fund to pay that debt off. So I'll just leave it at that and open up to questions.
Councilman Mosby.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wilkie. Do you remember how much that fiber to home extra expense was going to cost in that feasibility study?
What I remember is $25 million.
Yeah, $26 million more we would have put into this system. And do you remember how many estimated number of people this program that we anticipated coming on and combining into the city?
I just remember the dollar amount. I don't remember that detail, sorry.
Okay.
6, 7 years
I
ago.
remember right, they were anticipating 55% of the households to sign up to the program. Do you know how many people are currently signed up on the program?
I wish Rich was here. That's usually, it had been discussed, I think it's somewhere around 1,000, but Rich Graysick would be the one that would know that more accurately than I do.
Okay, so where are we getting the money to make this payment schedule, make this payback? Where's the $166,000 coming from?
Well, as part of the 13-15 budget, one of the things that became a opportunity for the city was kind of a backwards opportunity, is that the state took over the franchise for our Comcast cable franchise. As part of our franchise with Comcast in 1998 or so, we negotiated with them to provide fiber connections between City Hall and all the city facilities as part of the franchise without any payments by us to them for that whole 15-year period. That franchise ended on December 31st, 2014, and Comcast said we'd be very happy to continue providing that service for you at about $120,000 a year. We looked at our internal system, the broadband system, because all of our connectivity for computers, for security, for phones, all that kind of stuff had been going over the Comcast line. So to avoid disrupting that service or having to pay for that service, we modified the broadband system to be the backbone for the city to continue that using our own internal sources. What that does is it makes every computer, every phone that people are using out in the community as part of the city, a user of the system. So we, at the recommendation of the external auditors that looked at the system and said, a big chunk of what you do is for internal services. You should really be recognizing that system as an internal service fund rather than an external enterprise fund serving the public like electric, water, or wastewater does. So we took that recommendation and created the internal service fund communications that took over the assets of the broadband fund, the liabilities of the broadband fund, and now the broadband users that are out in the community are just another customer of that. It's still showing up on our financials as an enterprise fund, but the funding source for that repayment is the internal customers, everybody who has a phone, everybody who has a computer within the city. So, and it's just broken down per unit in that manner.
So in short, communications paying off the Wi-Fi debt, is that what you're telling me?
Correct, yes.
So it was a good thing that the city formulated a communication.
It was a nice coincidence. It would have been nice not to have the state take over the franchise because we wouldn't have lost the underlying communication system that was being provided to us for 15 or 18 years for free. But since the state did do that based on lots of lobbying by the franchisees, Comcast and Time Warner and all those, that was a little bit of a, we were able to mitigate that by taking advantage of our own system.
Okay, with respect to communications, is there a relatively simple spreadsheet that shows, because I assume the outside enterprises are paying something to communications with the fiber that's connecting all of them?
Well, actually, as an internal service fund, everybody
has a piece of that that's paying into that?
Mm-hmm. Right.
So they're being charged not only the service that's being provided through communications, but there must be an extra additional amount being charged to cover the Wi-Fi debt?
Well, you look at the operating cost of communications, which includes the debt service, and you take that number and divide it over all the users.
Yeah, so
yes.
Exactly what I said in short then. So each one of the...
So it is an operational cost of the enterprise to take care of
It's an
their
operational
obligations.
cost spread amongst all the users, including the outside utilities that are paying for an older debt. So it's a part of that component. You don't know what percentage? I mean, because Wi-Fi is not covering it all. There's an outside coverage. you don't know what percentage that is that the,
Well,
and I'm sure it changes because we have more customers sometimes and less.
right. Well, to insure against that, the internal customers are paying the full amount. If there's a net income on what remains as the enterprise fund as an external customer, all the external customers, if that makes money, it will additionally pay down that debt faster. So we have a guarantee to be paid off by the internal users, and if we get what would be considered net income on the external customer base, then we would apply that against the loan.
I'm just trying to get my arms around it because it just seems a little unusual that you have a debt that's established and then you have another, well, call it communications enterprises paying off this other debt that was established in the Wi-Fi system. It just seems a little, it's almost like, and granted it's spread and just dispersed amongst all the users.
Well, keep in mind, when I first got here, we hired Glenn Burdett to be our auditors, and we did that on purpose because they were new and I was new to clean up the books. And one of the things they recognized was that a larger majority of the enterprise fund was being used by internal services anyway. So the characterization of it as an enterprise fund really should be an internal service fund. So the communications is the name of the internal service fund, but it really should have been including the internal component of the broadband fund all along. So we were just writing that problem as part of that change.
Now, there's been a little bit of misunderstanding. I've heard that the water meters are using the Wi-Fi.
The direction from a former council made that recommendation. In troubleshooting the system, Marty was very much involved in doing that. To troubleshoot it and get it up and running, he made the decision to use some devices that are provided by Itron to do that communication. So at that point in time, it became something that was being provided just by the Itron system and not using the broadband system.
So the broadband isn't reading any of their water meters?
No, and it's not being, that is also not being used to determine the allocation either.
Right. And again, is there another spreadsheet that you have that shows this complexity of the communications and the percentage that's covering from, you know, which enterprise, which department that's paying?
Yeah, we had that as part of our development of the budget, yes. So,
because it was very difficult. I was going through the budget book trying to see where the component was, where we were able to take the, you know, how much is water paying as a percentage for this Wi-Fi debt? I mean, that's what I'm getting at. There doesn't seem to be, it's hard to find that number.
Right.
So is there a way that you can help me try to find that number? How much water's paying for that? How much wastewater's paying for the old Wi-Fi debt? Is there anywhere to help me out with that one?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't have it with me.
Okay. Yeah.
It's part of the detailed budgets for everybody, of all the divisions' budgets within the city.
All right.
So
I'll come by tomorrow, I guess.
So
thank you.
Councilor Starbuck.
Yeah, Brad, a couple of things here real quick then. Electricity is monitored on Wi-Fi?
what do you mean by monitored on Wi-Fi?
The meter readings, is that done on Wi-Fi?
No.
Water's not done on Wi-Fi?
They're both done through the Itron fixed network.
Okay, so we count on the city's subscriptions then. A couple of basic questions when you look at this. Originally, the council had approved a $1 million loan, and now we're repaying a 4.8. Where did the additional debt incur on this?
If you look on page 2 of the staff report,
right,
in the original million, was deemed approximately, it wasn't a million, but then in the 05-07 budget, an additional 430 was appropriated. Then in 2007, 2009, $1.5 million was appropriated. And then in 9, 11, and 11, 13, another roughly 300,000 was appropriated.
So this was money that was taken out of the electrical fund then in that budget cycles?
As a loan, yes.
Okay, so.
And those are the appropriations.
And somewhere in here I had read that we were originally back when this started, it was going to be a 6-year repayment on this loan. And I'm not sure where I found that at in here, but do you recall that someplace in
The
here?
$1 million you're talking about?
Yeah, well, the loan.
I didn't find any documentation that showed anything. The only thing I found in the minutes was on the top of page 2 of 3, that the loan for the continued cost of developing the broadband services and directing that funding be repaid from revenues of the broadband services when and if available.
Yeah.
So that's the only direction I could find in the minutes of what the terms of the loan would have been.
Yeah, because, I'm looking at our budget here, and with the, our customer count is just a fraction over 1,000 subscribers, so it's kind of, hard to put the money together on this. And then when you look additionally in the budget and you see that we only are taking 3/4 of a FTE, full-time employee out of the
And that's
broadband.
where we split the enterprise, which is the external customers, from the internal customers, which is now the internal service fund. The internal service fund is
separate from a cost allocation?
Separate from the cost allocation, yes. Because it's an internal service fund that's charged out to every division. Yeah. So.
Councilor Starbuck, you're right. Actually, it was 2003 when they were discussing this. The presentation to the City Council at that time said that the original loan would be paid back in, I believe it was 3 years, but within a number of, and they'd also be generating a net surplus of $11 million over the next 20 years. So I certainly, looking back on it, we think how stupid the City Council was at that time. But actually, any one of us presented with that information, investing $800,000 or $1 million and having a $20 million surplus in 20 years looked like a pretty good deal at that time. Looking back on it, may have been a pretty poor decision, but I certainly can't blame the council back in 2003 for doing that. I want to thank Councilmember Mosby for bringing this to our attention and making sure that we are on a payback schedule. I think it's now up to us as a City Council to make sure that we watch this very closely and make sure that we don't start slipping again. So, Councilmember Humdahl.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear all this, and I think it's good to you bring it forward. But you got to realize what really came from that Wi-Fi is that at the time this was initiated in the city of Lompoc, Wi-Fi cost us $60 a month. We were able to put it together for $16, $17, $19 a month. So the citizens of Lompoc who didn't have the money to go out and pay $60 a month to get Wi-Fi, they couldn't do it. The city of Lompoc helped them out, and that, I think, got to look at something, what the positives are instead of, only thing the council can do is go what the business managers bring before us. And we're not out there to do the budget and refinalize it, but that's what really came up. You figure a $60 budget, when we seen this back in a conference, and the cities that were put it in did get a lot of good use out of it. And that's what I was looking at the time, and it did work. And it still is. It's $19 a month for Wi-Fi. Well, you're going to pay for somebody else's. The other companies at that time were paying anywhere from $90 to $120 a month.
Councilmember Mosby.
Yeah, Brad, I just wanted to thank you for putting that stuff together, and it's nice that we're turning a corner, and I think it's important that we see things down in the future that we see things that coming out and maybe they look rosy. I did have a chance to read that 196-page report, and the sales pitch was in there. It was thick. There was a lot of good scenarios that they put in there and a lot of numbers, a lot of rosy numbers that they looked to achieve. And if they did, they was looking at $11 million a year in revenue coming into a city. But I'm glad that we didn't bite the biggest apple that was out there, that extra $26 million fiber to the home, the FTTH process. So somehow, some way, we kept out of that, or we'd have been even deeper. But I'm glad that we found a little silver lining on this cloud here. Thank you.
Councilmember Vega.
Brad, thank you so much, okay, for your explanation. You know, it looks like we're on track, at least for then, and my understanding was more clear now, so thank you so much, okay?
Councilmember Starbuck.
Well, my last two questions, Brad, I want to go back to the budget again. And on page 165 of it in the enterprise funds, we go into the expenditure section here. And basically, under broadband debt service, we've listed nothing in this budget cycle. And the admin, we've listed nothing. Operations, we've listed $356,000 in it. So we're going to have to make adjustments, obviously, with this budget. The next thing that question, I know you won't have an answer for me, but we've borrowed almost $5 million out of our electric fund. What effect did that ultimately have on our decisions to raise rates, lower rates, make reserve in that utility? I know we lowered utility rates 3% years ago. One of the reasons we were doing the annual review on electric rates was we were really trying to keep a reserve at a certain number. Well, we've siphoned off $4.8 million out of that. Did that have an effect on the rates in electric and our ability to get to that reserve level?
Well, obviously, if that $4 million had not been used to fund, it would still be in there. But the other thing that also happened at the same time in 2006 and 2007 is there was a huge run-up in energy prices caused by worldwide risk assessment of oil. So there was a couple of years where we had $2 and $3 million cost of power that was higher than what we budgeted. How each one of those affected the rate structure, it's kind of hard to separate those two because we dropped from having a reserve level that was meeting our reserve policy in, I think, as late as 2006 and maybe even 2007, and then dropped by over $10 million in 3 years. And that 3 years was through the end of 2010, 2011, when we were starting to see changes in the broadband where their net losses were slowing. We just had a huge amount of outflow, and most of that was caused by Iraq and the oil increases, even though oil has nothing to do with California energy prices. They were tied together for 3 or 4 years.
So in a synopsis, it would be, in a way it did, yes.
In a way it did, yes. Okay. But it's not doing that now because we've had our reserve level met for the last, well, it probably just started about a year ago, but it's been at that level for about a year. Another way of looking at it is our cost of power is roughly $11 million a year. The $166,000 that is being budgeted for debt service, and it is budgeted, it's just not budgeted in the enterprise broadband fund, it's budgeted in the internal service fund. That is probably a few pages back in the budget. That represents about 1.5% of our power costs. So another way of looking at it is that 3% reduction, we're able to sustain that, half of that, by this repayment for the next several years.
Okay, we'll open this up to the public. Anyone wish to say anything on this item?
John Lynn individually and as a member of the Utility Commission. So the report to the Utility Commission is there are generally about 1,000 users. So the question of the loan from the electric fund to the broadband fund has been raised several times since I attended or have been on this council. It's clear today that the staff drastically exceeded the loan authorization, which today we know to be about $3.3 million, and yet we spent $4.8. It's also clear that in the past, the staff said a good way for the electric utility to make some money was to collect 4% interest, and based on that, we should leave the loan outstanding. Unfortunately, that rate turned out to be illegal, and now the interest rate is slightly higher than 1/4%. I don't think any of you would put any money anywhere at 1/4% when inflation is nearly 2%. So we actually lose money every month or every year for the electric utility. It's also clear that because the electric cash reserves were reduced by $4.8 million over the years, this council had to raise electric rates to refill the reserve fund. If the money hadn't been taken out, we wouldn't have the electric rates we have today. The broadband, now communications fund, is a debt of the general fund that benefits about 1,000 users, while the electric fund benefits about 13,000 users. It is unfair for electric users to have to pay higher rates to subsidize the debt of the general fund. At the Utility Commission, the staff made it clear that there was no single other internal fund that could take over the loan from the electric utility. I recommend that the council direct staff to look for multiple internal funds that could take over the debt, or failing at that, seek outside funding to repay the electric fund. Once the loan is complete, the council should review the current electric rates and make any rate reductions that return the overcharges that were made over the years this loan accrued to the ratepayers. How nice would it be to say, you know what, we're going to be able to give you a 3% rate reduction for 3 years because we've repaid this number. What an economic development boost that would be. Electric rates are one of the key tools in economic development. So I would hope you would take action on this. I think you've all heard me talk about it for at least 3 years. Now you got it before you. Let's do something. Thank you very much.
Next, please. Okay, seeing no one rise, we're going to close public comment, bring it back to the council. And what is your pleasure? I would like to entertain a motion.
We're not going to really need to vote on anything. It was just a report.
Well, we have to accept the staff report. The motion would be to accept staff report on the amortization schedule as requested.
I'll move to accept staff report.
And
A second.
okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? And let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Thank you. Oh, what? No, this is numbers. Moving on to this is number 6. Okay, number 6, additional scope of work for the enterprise cost reimbursement review. This is a council request by Councilmember Mosby. Mr. Wilkie.
Somebody's a little higher than me. Council members, Mayor Lingle, this was a request also to be brought back. One of the items that, there are 3 items that were asked for at the last council meeting to have answered at a future council meeting when the enterprise cost study is brought back for further discussion and possible adoption. Part of the requests are going to likely require additional services from the consultant, and this request is to authorize that additional work. This is in response to the 3 requests that were brought up on the 21st to review the street lighting costs related to right-of-way, reviewing the wastewater infrastructure and fixed assets as part of the public safety cost, and reviewing street sweeping costs as related to right-of-way. In addition, there was a request to have the consultant here to answer any additional questions at that future meeting.
Okay, questions for Mr. Wilkie? Councilmember Mosby.
Have we paid the consultant any more than the original agreement?
I don't have the amount off the top of my head, but it's around $30,000.
How much more?
It's around $30,000 we paid.
We didn't pay any more after that?
No.
For any other questions that you guys talked or communicated with the consultant?
No. The 30 is, the original request proposal was about 29,000. So it's a little bit higher than what was budgeted.
I was just wondering, because you guys are almost 2 years out in this, and if we'd exceeded the original amount in your time in conversation or phone calls, if you'd done any extra billing.
And part of that length of time was because we were addressing the master fee schedule during some of it. So there's quite a number of times when we had a month or two at a time when we didn't communicate, just because of financial audits, other projects that were going on. So we weren't in communication with them all during that whole entire period.
I've had a chance to talk to you a little bit about my questions the other day, and I think you understand kind of the scope of the questions that I was looking at. And I don't know if the city staff is able to develop upon the methodologies that you learned about here with this study, or do you guys, in the future, would you have to consult with him in a year from now or 2 years from now or every 5 years, or would you have to go back to this consultant, or do you have an ability to?
Well, one of the recommendations that was made, which seems reasonable to me, and that was also made in the master fee schedule study, was to have a reevaluation of it to make sure we're not exceeding our costs. If we go through this on a staff level and we determine that we haven't, we're opening ourselves up to some risk. I'd rather have that benefit of having an external source validating what our numbers are. So just like we do with having an external audit every year, their recommendation is not to do it every year, but it makes sense to do it probably every 5 years to coincide with our rate setting authority levels, and just so they're all in tune. And this, one thing that didn't happen this cycle was we were trying to get the validation of not having charges in excess of costs, but we didn't time it so that we would be able to do that so that the rate setting authorities and the cost evaluation was done at the same time. So we have some offsets. We have 2 utilities that are 3 years into their rate setting authority, and this is only 1 year. So it would be nice to be able to get all of your utilities into a 5-year rate setting authority and look at these comprehensively in the future. And I'd like to do, my recommendation is, if it's approved, is to do it like that, so we don't have a situation like we did between 1997 and now, where we set a methodology and never looked at it. It's to our benefit and lowers our risk profile if we look at these things more often than every 20 years. Maybe 5 years. 5 years seems to be a good number because that's what we look at for the master fee schedule. That's the recommendation for the master fee schedule, and it just seems that a lot of different systems are looked at every 5 years.
It's, you know, it seems like a lot of money to ask a couple of questions and have them come here for this. It's, you know, $8,200.
Well, not all of that is for travel to get here. About the hours is about 13. That includes travel down and back. That's just the vagaries of us being not on the beaten track. So the other 2 amounts are to look at the questions that you asked related to the right-of-way and public safety.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why I asked for the service agreement, because I wanted to see in there. It seems like if you enter into something like this in the future, you should have the consultant available for whatever council down the road to answer some questions during the presentation. Or
there are quite a few where we contract to make sure, like the rate study we did for water and wastewater, that included 2 visits to the city. The study we did for the master fee schedule included 2 visits from the consultant. This one we were just trying to affirm an existing methodology, so we just made the decision not to include that in the price. So.
Okay. I was at the last Utility Commission meeting, and I saw that there were quite a few questions posed at that time. So I can see that, not only my 3 questions, but there's going to be probably a lot more questions that are going to be brought forward as well, should they come. I'm just still a little bit torn by the number and the dollar. It seems a significant number.
Well, it's also,
considering we spent $30,000 for the total.
But you're also talking about a justification that's supportable and defendable of the dollar amount that's proposed is not that much, but the dollar amount that could be charged is in the $5 million range. So $8,000 on $5 million is probably to me, would be a good bargain to make sure we got it right.
Okay, thank you.
City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to clarify, it's more than, if I understood what the request was from Councilmember Mosby, it was more than just some questions, but actually a request to do additional work. It was to analyze some costs that had not been analyzed, and I just wanted to clarify that. Also, that at any time, regardless of the topic matter, if staff brings to you a services agreement with a scope of services, we've tried to anticipate what those needs are, including for presentation. But if there's anything at the time we're presenting the contracts that council would like to see something in addition, even at that time, it's certainly quite appropriate to ask for us to expand the scope up front, and we can go finish those negotiations with the contractor to do that. So it's always available there.
Councilman Mosby.
If I can get back to, the question I guess that I asked, they could have been, would have may potentially led to a further explanation, but I guess what I was looking for was an equation. There had to have been some mathematical work supporting the one question about using the year 92 as the age of the wastewater facility. And if that was, I was looking for the homework to back up.
Right. And when I presented this to them to figure out what the additional work they would need to do, there are 2 ways of looking at public safety allocations. One's based on just the basic asset acquisition date, which has nothing to do, and no consideration for the dollar amount. And then there's also one that's based on the acquisition date and also is weighted based on the acquisition cost. So one's an average and one's just a flat mathematical divisor of all the assets. They've encountered this before, and in looking at those 2 different methodologies, they've figured out that in the other studies they've done, they were very, very close. So just using the non-weighted date of acquisition seemed to be a easier and more straightforward way of doing it. So in our particular case, having an asset that's so much of an outlier compared to everything else, which that was brought up, it might be worthwhile for us to go through that other methodology, the weighted rate, to see if there's any material change.
And for the sake of getting something outside of what's on our agenda, I won't dig any deeper in the others.
Anything else from Mr. Wilkie? Okay, we're open up to the public for any comments.
No, we're together. John Lynn and Bob Holloway from the Utility Commission. We had an extensive discussion about this, the study methodology, and at the conclusion of that discussion, we passed a resolution, and I'm providing a copy of it to you here, recommending that the methodology be changed because it doesn't seem like it's meets the Roseville decision. where the cost and the fee need to be the same. And I didn't bring all of the handouts and all the various things that we had, but I did bring one that I think is kind of telling that I want to pass out to you also. If I can get my copy off. And just to emphasize how this has kind of been a moving target, I went back and I pulled the numbers off city budgets going back to 07, 09 on what the amount of money that was charged to utilities for these services. And then I was just kind of looking to see what the progression was and the increases. But then I happened to pull the numbers off the study. And if you'll recall, when we passed this 15-17 budget, the staff said that the 15-17 budget was based on the draft study. And if you compare the two right-hand columns, the 15-17 budget, which this council approved, and the amount that's in the draft of the study, the final draft of the study that was given to us, you will note that for every utility except electric, the number is very substantially different. So clearly, in the process of working on this, from the time that the draft numbers were presented to the city for the budget process and the final document was presented to the Utility Commission, things changed. We really don't feel like 2/3 of the document are a supportable methodology, and we've actually uncovered more information since the last meeting. But the right-of-way maintenance portion and the public safety portion just don't work. And I look forward to the full hearing and a discussion of whether or not to implement that. I think the council has a lot of flexibility because you've already implemented the budget for the 2-year period, and you would have the opportunity to readdress this. And, you know, if we spend another $30,000 to get it right, that would be a minuscule part of the $8.274 million that the study proposes to charge the various utilities.
I'm Bob Holloway. You know, this is the first time that the Utility Commission has been able to look at the budget. And
give him 3 minutes, please.
You know, we went through this thing really tough. You know, there's a couple of things. They say that they use broad spectrum when they're measuring the pipes in the street and everything like that. You know, well, if you look at their measurements and everything like that, they have water pipes. They have we have to pay for 5 feet. Well, you know, I did this all my life, and the biggest water line in Lompoc, it might be 30 inches deep, 30 inches wide, because that'll fit a 12-inch water main. And so we're paying by the square foot back to the city for the use of that street. And probably 65 to 70% of the pipes that were put in the city of Lompoc were all paid for by the developer. The city didn't have any money put in there at all. And most of them, if you go down all the tracks and everything, you look, they haven't changed them pipes in 35, 40 years, you know. We got 11 miles of sewer pipe and 11 miles of water pipe that need to be changed right now. And what's happening is we're having to take all the money that we raised by raising the rates, we're having to give it back to City Hall because of you know, they want to charge us for this and they want to charge us for that. So we're back to the same scenario that we were before we raised the rates. We don't have any money left. You know, if you just forget about us paying that money back and let us go for 5 years and we get everything put back, you can have the whole damn bunch. I don't care. But I need to get the infrastructure fixed first. You know, we need to get this infrastructure fixed, because if we don't get this infrastructure fixed, something's going to, you know, people aren't going to have any water, they're not going to have any sewer. And I don't know whether you people know it or not, but when you have a sewer line and it overflows and everything, it's usually they get charged $10,000 a day for every day that sewer's overflowing. So I think that, you know, we need to get them guys back here. We need to get them to get more realistic and come to Lompoc and look and see what we've really got, not just going by the whole state of California. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one rise, we're going to close public comment, bring it back to the council. Choice? Anyone care to make a motion? Councilmember Mosby.
I'll make the motion for staff's recommendation here.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Let's vote. That passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 7. It's new business. Award professional services contract for annual financial auditing services. Let's see, Mr. Elbow.
Yeah, Dean Elbow here. Guy's taller than me. Thank you for giving me this chance to talk about our auditing service or professional contract. It's up. We did a request for purchase, or proposal, I'm sorry, for in February. Went out and closed March 18th. We ended up getting 7 firms that were interested. All of them had the certification required to do a review. All of them are pretty much in our budget. Some are higher, some are lower. But you know what, we really put the bulk of the evaluation was on technical expertise and experience. Something that's that big, we really want to make sure it's not just based on cost. If you look at a lot of the hours, they have weighted averages, you know, for how much a senior partner will do, how much a senior manager will do, how much a professional service will do. Some of the firms didn't even put, you know, what the professional services experiences were, so that concerns us. But we looked at it very carefully, how much the weighted average was for each one and how much we're getting for, you know, bang for our buck, if you will. If I could go back and talk a little bit about the process we've gone through in the history. When the old auditors did our books, we gave all the information to them and they gave us financial statements. We've done a lot of work with Glenn Burdett, and we do the financial statements and they review our work. That took a lot of time. We've done a lot of automation. We've gone a long way. However, I really don't think we're at the level of excellence that I would like us to be. And the reason why I say that is we haven't issued a CAFR since 2006. And to let you know what a CAFR is, it's a comprehensive annual financial report. And in that, there's a lot more information. And you as a council, to me, it's very important that you get that information. There's a statistical section that gives you revenue analysis so you can see where we're going, how we compare to other cities. There's a section that's in how much debt has been put on each citizen. I think that's important if we're going to issue bonds. You know, are we overtaxing people, or, you know, as far as debt? And there's also a lot more information that we can put. That being said, we know what we're getting with Glenn Burdett. Aaron Nagel and Alan Eschenbach, we just know that they are top quality, and we're recommending that we stay with our auditors, and that's all I got. If you have any questions.
Councilor Starbuck.
I'll be the advocate on the other side here. Years ago, Mr. Wilkie made a good point when we had used the same auditor for a long time. He said, we realize that this company is more expensive, but it's always good to have a different set of eyes.
And that being said, I agree with that. But I also agree that we're not really at the level that we need to be. And our concern when we were looking at the teams is, are we going to be going backwards again? We already have, you know, an understanding of who does what. We have a lot of controls. We know that we get a very thorough and complete review with Glenn Burdett. And we're also not going to have to educate the auditors on how to do an audit, which is very, you know, that's why I get concerned when I see no data on what the professional service people are. You know, what are we getting? More than likely, we're going to get a young person that doesn't have any experience, and we're going to have to teach them. And if we were already at a CAFR level, and we're already at the excellence level that I think we should be at, I'd be saying, yes, I think it's time to get another fresh set of eyes, if you will, but, you know.
So you're confident that if we go ahead and renew with Glenn Burdette, that we're going to get this CAFR in the next cycle?
I think it's our best chance, yes.
Any other questions? Councilmember Mosby.
You answered mine with the same thing about the fresh set of eyes, and because that was
I-
a comment we had talked about before, and
And I think that's very important, and I think that we're in a process, and I just don't think we're quite there yet, and I think that we need a good set of city staff, and we have that. We also need a very good set of auditing staff, and we know what we're going to get with this Glenn Burdette, so. Sorry.
It's okay. Brad Wilkie. One of the things I want to mention is that when Dean mentioned we've done a lot of automation and a lot of efficiencies to get our audit done quickly, that's him doing that. So a lot of what we've gotten accomplished over the last 2 or 3 years is because of him. Your concerns about having a new fresh look, that was also, we actually mentioned that in the staff report because the state legislature has also seen that with issues like the city of Bell and some of the other cities that have had auditors for 20, 30 years. What that will do is it will impose a every 6-year cycle for having new auditors, not necessarily new firms, but having a new principal looking at your financials. That begins in, I think, 2018, so it begins after this cycle. I would also recommend that we don't stay with the same auditor. I mentioned in the last staff report about 20 years. I don't think it would make sense for us to stay with one auditor, one principal for 20 years. Before the prior auditors, we had the same local firm doing it for year after year after year, which was the standard for most smaller entities. They would just use a local firm and do it forever and ever and ever. Glenn Burdette found several items that had been done correctly when we first started doing it, but rules change, and over that time frame, they found a number of things that we needed to correct in the first 2 or 3 years of our audit that we had just been doing the same way over and over and over, and the auditors didn't catch it, and we didn't keep up on the pronouncements that were coming out. Glenn Burdette does that. And I'm not saying the other ones don't do that, but this is the year that we are actually planning on doing a sample, our CAFR this year, based on our 2015 report that already has been issued. And that's going to be for our interim purposes, so when we get around to doing 2016, we'll be able to issue a CAFR right off the bat, even though we're in a new round of auditors. So that's one of the reasons why we're asking to have the same auditors, because that continuity will help us get to that goal that we want to get to.
Okay. Councilmember Vega.
It's a question for Dean. Dean, I want to thank you for at least saying, hey, we can do a little bit better, and these people will actually probably save us money in the long run. I believe that's basically what you're looking at also, plus their professionalism must be above bar.
Yeah, we've come a long way. I mean, we went from, double-digit findings down to 1 last year. The last 4 years, we've had all our audits on time. We've got a long way. We've got a long ways, but we still, I think, can still raise the bar a little bit. I believe in excellence, and every time that I bring something to you guys at council, I believe that it should be the best that we can perform at.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Anything else? Okay, we're open up to public comment.
John Lynn. Councilmember Starbuck really brought up what I was going to say, which was Mr. Wilkie's comment about changing auditors periodically. But I'm sensitive to the fact that they want to keep this auditor so they get through the process of finishing. Now, you have an option before you of giving a 3-year contract or a 3-year contract with 2 1-year options. I would recommend that you take the middle ground, take the 3-year contract, and then they have a date certain when they need to go look for another auditor or another auditing team. And I think that gives them what they need, and it's surely well-based by previous testimony from many people. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one rise, we're going to bring it back to the council. Discussion? Anyone want to pose a motion?
I'd like to ask a quick question.
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Wilkie, based upon Mr. Lynn's comment there with the staff here, would 3 years with Glenn Burdette be enough to get into the cave, or it takes us 3 years out into another budget cycle? And do we need the additional option included in this motion, or could we make that separate later with no effect on the price later?
I'm not sure about your second part about a separate price, but one of the things that's in addition to issuing a CAFR, which is our goal, which is a higher level of reporting, in 2018, this is for the reporting cycles of June 30th, 2016, 17, 18. So if we go through 2018 with a 3-year audit, 2018 is when the second GASB 68, which applies to pensions, in 2018, that same new pronouncement for retiree benefits other than pensions becomes effective for our financial statements. So that year would be covered, but then we would have to go out to bid right after that with a very different paradigm of the auditing process. We'd bring somebody else in new on the second year of doing that audit, and that's going to have a lot of work, just as the GASB 68 had a lot of work. But having said that, one of the things I'd like to mention is, as a CPA, all these firms are professional and would do the job that needs to be done. And if we have the 3 years, if you say the 3 years is the limit, then we'll go out and issue another RP in 2016.
But if we approve the recommendation that you have listed here, we would lock in at the $85,550 annually after that.
You can make an alternate recommendation.
Well, I mean, that's what it says with 2 additional optional years.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, with the optional years would be, that would be the cost. We wouldn't go exceed that.
Well, there's 2 things involved. You're talking about 2019 and 2020. That's a whole different budget cycle. So we also have the appropriations that we would be doing in that same time frame. So there's one consideration, the appropriation of enough money to pay for the audit, but also the time frame of the audit contract. So if your recommendation is to have a 3-year contract without a option to have 2 one-year extensions, that would be what your recommendation would be, just a 3-year contract.
But you're saying with the GASB 68 and everything at that point, it would behoove us and be smart on our part to go ahead and take the 2 additional option years.
I think so, just from the ease of administration, and I'm not saying that's the only reason, but it would give us a clear cutting point, not just for the audit, but then for implementation of the new legislation that the California legislature put in that requires us to rotate at that point in time. So this is one last ability for us to do 5 years. And then we'd probably ask for a 6-year rotation after that, because that's what the legislation provides for.
Understood.
So.
Councilmember Vega.
Thank you, Councilman Starbuck. That answered my questions. I was going to ask exactly that. The way I look at it is the 3 years there, the 2 additional years are options, so that's going to give us the option. So I think that probably what I'd like to do is go ahead and make a motion that we accept the recommendation as laid out here to enter into a contract with Glenn Burdette as recommended and move forward with that.
Okay, so you're recommending A, I, and B. B, to authorize city manager to execute the contract.
I think AI.
1A, 2. I think you need 1A and 2.
1A and 2.
No, 2 is enter into contract
2
with
is
the
going
next
to the
highest
next
rank.
highest.
Oh, I mean, okay, B.
Never mind.
So-
As Stacy recommended.
Okay, that's my recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, so we're going with, on this staff report, it is 1A and 2. On the agenda, it is 1AI and B. Is that clear to everyone?
Right.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. I need a second on that.
I'll second.
I did already.
Okay, any discussion? Let's vote. That passes 5-0, okay. I was reading this agenda. Okay, let's just take a real quick 5-minute break again.
I'm going to try it again. That thing won't go.
What? Okay, yeah.
Did you get any coffee this time?
Showed it to me. Nobody showed it to me, and it was. I'm gonna be honest with you. I did it really wrong.
Okay, let's see. This is from the December 2003. And it was, this right here when they're stating that, you can have that if you want. Yeah, you can have it. If you want, yeah, if you want the full amount, you'd have to go. You know, that would have been the staff report in 2003. Yeah. What is it? Go ahead. Okay. Sure. Patrick? Okay, if I can get everyone to back their seats, we're going to continue with item number 8, authorization of city manager to sign letter of commitment matching fund requirements for Federal Emergency Management Agency Pre-Disaster Mitigation Grant Program.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm here on behalf of Chief Ladapow, who would have been here to make this presentation, but he's on a leave of absence right now that I advised you of. So staff recommends that the City Council authorize the city manager to sign a letter of commitment to meet the matching fund requirements for a Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, Pre-Disaster Mitigation Grant Program application. Just to summarize the events that brought us to this point, we had an engineering study that you had approved back when, a few years ago, related to seismic risk of Fire Station 1 and what the impacts would be in the event of an earthquake. The fire station, and upon learning the vulnerabilities we had, the fire department staff initiated research for grants for which retrofitting the station might qualify. On March 3rd of this year, staff was notified by Cal OES, that's the California Office of Emergency Services. We were notified that our latest notice of intent to go after a grant had been reviewed, and the proposed project represents an eligible PDM activity. One of the requirements under FEMA for their PDM grants is that a portion, in this case, that the federal share of those project costs be limited to 75%, and therefore calls for a local match of 25% of total project costs. In order to complete our grant application, which is due on April 25th of this year, in just a few days, a letter of commitment to meet the matching fund requirements of the FEMA PDM program is required. So if the city is to be awarded the grant that at the full amount requested, then the local city share the project would be $943,735.20. That is with a expectation of a total project cost of $3,774,941. Therefore, spending the $943,000 and change would make us eligible for $2,831,205.80. At this point, though, you're not being asked to authorize that expenditure. What we are trying to do is become qualified for a grant to be able to consider that as an action. To do that, I would have to make this commitment that if we're approved and we are to proceed with the grant, that we would match with 25%. I don't have that authority, you do, and that's what we're asking for tonight, is you to give me the ability to commit that if we were to proceed forward, if we were to win the grant and proceed forward with a project, that we, the city, would commit to the 25% match to go with the 75% PDM grant to retrofit Fire Station 1. And as you may be aware, the reason that money's has come about is because of the importance of ensuring that essential service buildings are compliant with current seismic standards, and given the age of our Fire Station 1 building, it is not. If we were, also just a heads up, if we were to proceed forward eventually with a project, it would involve relocating those operations temporarily while we engaged in construction. So at this point, what we are asking is to give me the authority to be able to sign a letter that commits that in the event we were to proceed forward with a grant, that we would commit to the 25% match. And that concludes my presentation.
Councilman Vega.
Oh, gosh, it still stays up there. Patrick, what I see here is if the grant is, if everything goes through and is acceptable, it says the fire department would have to be relocated.
Correct.
For up to 12 months. Is there a location in mind, or what would be the plan for that one?
We haven't finalized what the plan would be, because that in itself is such a logistical undertaking that one step at a time we wanted to make sure that we would even that you would approve going forward with such an activity before we start taking on that level of planning.
I guess my next question would be, where would that money be coming from? Which fund? The $943,000, should that be?
General fund or other eligible funding sources.
And if the grant is less than the amount, it sounds like we may have to contribute a little bit more, according to staff report. Is that correct? They have the option of awarding us a lesser amount, which would mean our cost would increase.
Right, but all we're being asked to commit to is 25%. That all we're required to do is to match 25%. But hypothetically, if this nearly $4 million amount is what we believe the project cost to be, and they awarded yet less, and we wanted to do that full project, then yes, it would take more than that 25%.
Thank you.
Councilman Mosby.
Again, to reiterate, on page 2, you say that this will be funded through a variety of funding resources. And can you go in a little more depth in the variety? I mean, the general fund, I'm looking at the budget book on page 133, as it is, we're dipping down precariously low on the future 10-year projection graph. I know it's just a projection graph, but it's coming really fast at us. We haven't seen our 6 months budget review to see where we're meeting the numbers that we're hoping to meet. What can you help me in with some of the other variety of other funding resources?
Any other funding that might become available. So, for instance, if there are other either grant funds available, there are fire service fees that we generate at times. But I think by and large, the safe assumption is that it's general fund dollars, and that way there's no false assumptions or overly optimistic projections that there might be alternative dollars available.
As much as the temptation is that we need to do this, I'm not seeing the numbers in our general fund. I would like to see. I know the time is of the essence here, unfortunately. But I sure would like to see the 6 months numbers. I see some of the sales and the property tax numbers were not necessarily meeting completely what we were hoping to meet.
Well, those projections should be available before we'd be doing any sort of construction or project commitment.
Yeah, but
right now, our deadline today is to say to remain eligible for the grant funds, we need to provide this commitment that if we end up with a grant, we will commit to a 25% match. But you would still have opportunities to not approve an ultimate construction cost and us not activate a grant even if we are awarded it. We wouldn't have to act upon it. So right now, what I'm asking you to do, the action, is to keep us in the game and available while we can then take the time. You can receive those reports after this April deadline that we have right now, before you would commit to spending any money.
Well, so if we're committing, though, what are we committing to then if we're not committing?
Again, you're committing to, if we receive a grant, that we will commit to matching 25% to that grant.
That sounds to me like we're committing to spending the 25%.
No. We're committing ourselves to match if we eventually, after getting awarded the grant, assuming we're awarded, that we were to proceed and actually draw upon that grant. When you draw upon that grant, when you've decided to execute a construction project and draw upon that grant, it's at that point that you would be committing that you would to the actual payment of funds. Right now, you're just saying, if we get to that point, that we're willing to match at 25%. All this does is keep us in the game, in the contest for the grant. It's a competitive award.
So, City Manager, I think what you're saying is that if we were to be awarded the grant, we would still have the option to not accept it.
Correct.
And we're obligated to nothing.
Correct.
All we're doing right now is saying, okay, if we're awarded it, if we decide to accept it, then we are going to be obligated to this 25%.
Correct.
Again, I understand that we have another chance to pull out, but generally once you've done the commitment, you're, it's going to be pretty hard when somebody dangles that the other 3/4 of the payment in front of your head. It's going to be hard to say, hey, nah, we're not going to take that money there. I mean, you do have an option. I see that you have an option until you start drawing on funds, or until shortly before you start drawing.
Well, I truly hope that you'll feel that weight of that decision when that time comes. I'm not going to mislead you on that point. I'm hoping you do feel that weight, because I think this is ultimately a pretty critical project for the community. But the fact is, for right now, it doesn't. Tonight you can either kill the chances for the grant, or you can approve this and keep us in the competition and make that decision at another time.
Again, I'm just looking at the 10-year projection that shows us we're coming down in a little over 3 years to $2.2 million, and that's inclusive of the $2 million emergency money. So it's without another $1 million draw on that. So I would like to have seen the 6-month budget number, so we could have seen that we're proceeding on there. I mean, we're getting precariously close. I mean, we're already entering into deficit spending. So,
Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah, Mr. Weimiller, just a question. If we were to have a reduction in the scope of what we wanted to do here, would that increase the opportunity for the grant? An example would be...
I can't speak to the mindset of the people that we don't know that are going to be making decisions about who gets the award.
Well, I mean, we're submitting this grant for the 3.7 or 3.2 or whatever it is.
Right.
And we're going to, that would at some point, probably, agree or not agree to do the 25%. If we were to just say, retrofit the old jail, if we were to not do that part, but do the living quarters and the engine bays and the offices, that would save $175,000, lowering it down. I'm just wondering, is there a way that we could get our chances of the retrofit better to increase the grant opportunity? I
understand your question. I understand your hypothetical. I don't know whether that activity would increase, decrease, or have no effect on the decision. Because
Cross the bridge when we come.
That's from the information we have about how grants are going to be considered. Those issues are not addressed. So I can't begin to
No, I understand. It's, you know,
pose it on
if
on
we
what
had the
their
money,
frame
we
of
would
thought.
shoot for the moon on this thing, but, you know.
Yeah.
I guess the only other concern that I would have about this initially is there's really no wiggle room in the contingency part here, unless what I'm looking at on the ROM budget summary is the escalation of 6%. Is that what that represents, is the contingency of 127,000?
I'm sorry, run that by me again, please.
Second to the last page of this staff report, it says ROM budget summary, and I can't read who put this together. Quality without compromise. It was it's dated 6/23/14.
If I might, I see a 20% design contingency and a 10% construction contingency.
Move up.
Yeah.
Go
Under
up.
subtotal 1, design contingency.
Subtotal 2, escalation at 6%.
Right. I'm sorry, I thought you asked if there was any other
Is that the
contingency.
contingency there, the escalation at 6, or construction contingency is at 10, and then there's construction, you know, there's several
Okay, so
contingencies in
right,
this.
escalation, I see what you're pointing at now. Escalation is merely trying to anticipate if the difference between the prices we know today and the prices when we'd eventually be at construction time, that's why you put in a factor for escalation. If there's no change in raw material costs, there's no,
I guess
you save on the escalation.
My point on this is, you know, we're offered the grant. The council says, all right, we're going to go ahead and move forward with this. We've committed the money. We get into it. We find out that there's far more wrong. Now we're on the hook as a city because there's not going to be additional grant money coming in. So
the purpose of having those contingencies is to keep from having the unpleasant surprises of your project going over budget.
But see, these are in there already 2 years behind, basically. You know, we're at 14 on this estimate, and we're coming into May of 16.
This is what was submitted on when we were making our grant, when doing our NOI.
It's just kind of, you know, a lot happens in 2 years.
Yeah, I realize, and we're at the mercy of the process and its timeline. So we had to, at some point in the past, be able to give them numbers at that time, and we're not in the course while they took the time to go through. We're not able to update our numbers from them. Likewise, you know, Mr. Mosby had mentioned other information he'd like to have as well. We were not put in the position. This was we rushed to bring this to you because it was after the last council meeting that we learned we had this April 25th, I think it is, deadline to make the submission. And so when it was presented to me to write a letter to commit a 25% match, you know, I recognize I don't have that authority, and so we rushed to bring that to you. So understand that the information isn't perfect. It's the best we have and the best we've been able to operate with under the constrictions we've been provided.
Councilmember Mosby. Councilmember Hamdan.
You may be careful. One quick question is, in that, if I understood what you said, is that while they're in construction, bringing the old building back up to date, we're going to have to move everything out and build something for them to be in. You know, if we had the 3 votes to go ahead and build a fire station, we wouldn't be where we're at right now. We at least have a fire station going, but now we didn't have 3 votes, and that's sickening, but other than that, but that's where we're at.
Okay, anything else? Okay, let's go. Oh, Councilmember Mosby.
Mr. Wilkie, do you have, I mean, is there a loaning mechanism out there that we could, I mean, in my eyes, you're getting precariously close. I mean, other than general fund, is there something out there that can work for us? Is there?
Well, as City Manager Weimiller mentioned, this is the federal program, and where it's just at the application stage, I can almost guarantee there's probably some state OES program that can do some of the 25%. And I say that because with some of our grants that go through Public Works, they've gotten a federal grant for their stabilization project, and then also some money from the state to supplement that. So our share is somewhere in the 10% range. So this is just the first step. And to answer Councilmember Starbuck's question, if we don't spend that escalation money, we don't spend our 25% of that escalation money either. So the grant may be for $3.7 million, but if we only spend 3.5, our share of that is of the 3.5. So if we don't give this authorization, there would be no reason for us to go look for the other local funding from state or other local sources. That is something we can do between now and the time that we actually accept this award. If there are other funding sources that are eligible, one that comes to mind is fire impact fees. That would be something we could apply towards this as well.
What was that again?
Fire impact fees. That would be a local source just as much as general fund. So,
okay.
And that would be a decision that would be made as part of the 17-19 budget, most likely.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah, could we get a CDBG loan?
That's federal money, so you can't use federal money as a match for federal funds. So,
But if you did, I would say if the concern is the outright balance of the general fund is ultimately responsible, there are other loan or bond mechanisms available to protect your cash balance. Just means you'll have a little bit higher cost of capital. You spread it over time. It ultimately, you're talking about coming out of the same sources, whether it's out of fire impact fees or general fund or whatever. It's just that now the source of fund is how you cash flow that. So there are those opportunities available if that's ultimately the concern.
Okay, anything else for the city manager? Okay, we'll open this up to public comment. Seeing no one rise, we're going to close public comment, bring it back to the council. What's your choice? Councilmember Humdahl.
I'm going to move the staff recommendation. At least get this thing on. I'm getting sick and tired of talking about it.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and second that. But I also have a comment, if I get a
Sure,
chance
go ahead.
here. I just think that it would be prudent for us to move ahead and provide a safe environment for our firemen. I think that regardless of, with the events that are, especially the timing is kind of coincidental, what's on the news right now with earthquakes and everything, I think that the Station 1 is going to be there regardless. Station 2 was the one that was in question if we were to move forward and build another one. So I think that basically we owe that to our Station 1, which is going to, as far as I know, it was going to remain our permanent facility. So the budget concerns are concerns, but when you're way out 25% plus, and then and 3/4 of it, 75% is coming from another source, it's kind of a no-brainer to me. So basically, I'm seconding it, and I think that's what we should do.
Okay. Discussion? Let's vote. That passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, written communications. No, that's written communications first. Written communications, because we do the item 3 just prior to the oral communication. So, written communications.
Nothing.
All that for none? Okay, now item number 3. Oh, I'm sorry.
Were you okay?
Miss Candy.
I was going to wait.
Still waiting for written communication. Miss Candy.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, ladies and gentlemen, and TV audience. I am Laura Candy, the administrative analyst for the city. I am returning from a previous council meeting on February 16, 2016, in which the council gave direction to initiate a request for qualifications, also known as an RFQ, to contract a real estate professional to help the city with the disposition of select city properties that were presented to the council that evening. These properties have been determined to either have no operational or strategic plans now or in the future, and they currently cost the city to both insure and maintain. The RFQ was opened and posted on February 25th, 2016, and it closed on March 31st, 2016. The successful professional from the RFQ process is Ms. Debbie McComb from the Central Coast Realty Group, located at 531 North 8th Street here in Lompoc. Ms. McComb is a local agent and has held a real estate license since 1987. She has the expertise and experience needed not only with the real estate industry, but with our local market as well. Central Coast Realty Group also has an extensive history with over 35 years of brokerage experience, a highly professional reputation, and is well respected in our community. We are asking the council to authorize the city manager, with the city attorney's approval as to form, to execute an exclusive services agreement with Central Coast Realty Group Incorporated for Ms. McComb to provide professional real estate services outlined in the RFQ and to initiate the process of determining disposition options. I might also clarify a question that was asked earlier. Staff, which would be me, will be doing any and all research that would be associated with researching for the information needed that the city would have access to or has on file, such as funding mechanisms used to acquire or develop these properties. The research that the consultant would be asked to do would be any that the city is incapable of doing and would rely on a real estate professional to perform, such as title searches, deed restrictions, stuff like that. And it's where a sale does not result. The $125 an hour charges will only occur when the city manager pre-authorizes that work, and then he will set and only be authorized for a particular volume, meaning it'll be capped for a certain amount of hours per task. That concludes my presentation, and I am available to answer any questions that the council may have.
Questions for Ms. Candy? Councilmember Humdahl.
You had several that applied for this position. It wasn't just one person, right?
We had 2 applicants.
And what were you looking for in the applicants when you had them come forward?
We were looking for the ability to not only be able to sell real estate, but to provide us with services for like a range of different things that we would be considering doing, such as transfer of properties. We also wanted to find out the best disposition and bring those back to council to see if that's what we wanted to do with the certain properties that I showed on that presentation that night.
Councilmember Vega.
I have a few questions here regarding the process. I'm actually happy that it's someone local here that has submitted the RFQ. But my questions are some of the process to the RFQ. And maybe someone can answer these. The council has been empowered to actually address policy. Our RFQs are subject to, and there's always a question mark. I've received a lot of calls on this, on the fact that when the RFQs are submitted or they come out to publication, that there maybe is some sort of gap in the amount of people that are actually receiving them or see them, okay? I understand we can look on the website. We have a 2-day-a-week newspaper. which is also a limitation on the amount of people that also can see these things. And I'm wondering if, when we submit these things, if council, or if it's an unreasonable request to get an email saying that these things have been sent out. Because we have to answer to our constituents. And when we call and we're over here wondering, you know, we shouldn't have to walk by and see, or that's a piece of paper maybe laying out there, or someone told us about it, okay? So it's basically just a question, okay, on the other part. The other part, as far as real estate's concerned, I mean, the city staff, I'm glad you brought that up, that the city would be doing most of their own homework that they have, okay? Because one of my questions was, hey, deed restrictions, covenants, properties that can or can't be sold, any covenants that says, hey, this money came from somewhere else or whatever, it seems like that would be the city's due diligence to do that before they pass those on to the real estate agent, because we may have covenants and we may have properties here that cannot be sold, okay?
Exactly.
So basically, why waste that person's time, and then it turns out into being possibly under the consultant type umbrella, okay? Where basically they're saying, here, we're charging you for this, and I understand time's valuable on both ends. I'm not exactly sure what the city has on file, but I know when they purchase a property, or they've invoked the eminent domain to bring back a property. I'm not sure what the commitment is to the people that could have lost that property, or maybe the money came from a different fund, or maybe the money's under the where you have maybe the old mission ruins, you know. It could be something like that, where you have a covenant where it can't be sold. No one's going to buy it. So basically, and the other question that I have is are we going to restrict how many properties we're going to put up at once? Because that homework hasn't been done yet. So basically, how are they going to know which properties are actually available and ready for sale? Because we haven't done our homework yet as a city, okay? Basically, what we're doing is we're being a little bit premature on some of them, unless you have some cherries we're picking over here that we know already which ones do not have a covenant or are easily available for sale. I have a couple more questions here also, okay? Basically, when we're hiring a company like this, we're basically hiring them as a consultant for the city. They're representing the city. Is there a conflict of interest? This is going to come, one of my questions is going to be to Mr. Pannoni. Is dual agency an issue for the city? Is there a conflict of interest? Are we open to litigation? Are we open to, or do we prevent dual agency for a company that's actually working on behalf of the city? Okay? I know that basically from my background, that if you call CAR, you call NAR, National Association of Realtors, CAR, you know, I understand the dual agency. It's legal, but sometimes it doesn't make sense. Sometimes they'll tell you, hey, there's no way that you could have done this without a conflict of interest. So basically, as Mr. Pannoni will probably describe to me, or explain to me, that maybe because there's contracts and whatever, but I hate to see the city get expose themselves to some sort of litigation because something wasn't done correctly. We've had several instances where I've seen properties that have had contamination, architectural ruins have showed up on the property because someone hasn't done their homework. And as you know, someone can sue anybody at any time for anything, okay? So basically, that's what we're looking at. We're looking out for risk. So those are my questions here. And actually, the other question...
Excuse me, if I could, I'm sorry for interrupting. We're happy to answer all your questions. Out of deference to staff, could you address your questions one at a time? Rather than
Sure, I could. I basically was talking to Laura and asking and indicating, so that's what I was doing, I thought.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah, but I heard at least three, and I just wanted to make sure she gets the opportunity to answer them.
Okay.
And I'm
We can go one at a
concerned
time.
because I know my own personal limitations are I can't track three questions. So
I could put my light on 3 times and go back and forth.
No,
That's what you want me to do?
No, you'd have one light.
Okay.
Just ask a question, she'll answer.
So basically, the question would be, there's a couple of questions. Let me ask Mr. Pannoni the question first, okay? Dual agency as far as the city's concerned, is there a concern or there's not a concern under this kind of a scenario?
Through the mayor, we actually as staff had a discussion about that, and there isn't any legal conflict of interest. Because you're a governmental agency, there may be some feeling of some perception that the same person shouldn't represent both sides, but that's a policy decision for you to make, and I don't have a legal issue if you leave it the way that the contract is written.
Okay. Do I get another question, or am I done?
No, go ahead.
Am I okay? Okay, I want to make sure I'm not stepping on anybody's toes here, okay?
I just wanted to make sure we answered all your questions. Didn't mean
And I have a clear question. I have a background in this. I think my questions are valid.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I might just add to what Joe said. Central Coast Realty Group, like you probably all know, that's one of our biggest real estate companies here in town, or one of our companies in town. We are a little town, and so we do have, the contract would actually be with that entire group, Central Coast Realty Group. And so, you know, if we had a buyer that they had that was interested in our uniqueness of this properties that we're trying to sell, I'm just kind of putting it out there that would we really want to possibly walk away from a sale for the sake of perception when there's really no legal means to do that?
And I understand that. I think that I'd like to hear from some of the council people. I just thought I'd bring up some concerns. I've had, my phone has been lit up today, okay, being in the business that I'm in, so I'm trying to reference them all. So I tried to get them out before I could lose my thought, okay, so I apologize for that.
Councilman Vega, you can ask your next two questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, he was.
No, not at all.
I'm a little sensitive right now,
We
so how
want,
about that?
we want to answer your questions. I wanted to make sure we didn't lose track of your questions. That's why I asked for them one at a time. Thank you.
And I understand that. I just wanted to hear from staff because I have been asked those direct questions, and it wasn't me that asked myself, okay? So how about that? And so basically on the other question would be on the RFQ and the transparency issue. Is it out of line? I don't know who to ask. Okay, I think I'm going to ask Mr. Pannoni this. As far as the RFQs are concerned, if you know you've represented other cities, you're representing other cities, is that out of line, Joe?
If I were asked as your city attorney on whether or not the council people should be given copies of the RFQ just so that in case someone asks them for a copy, you'd have it and be able to give it to them, I would recommend that you not do that. Because what's going to happen is someone's going to say, they gave it to this one guy, but they didn't give it to me. So
I got you. And let me re-clarify, okay? I'm not asking for copies of the RFQ. I'm asking for notice that the RFQ has been sent out.
for the purpose of being able to go tell someone that there's an RFQ available?
No.
It's the same situation.
No.
For the
If the
same-
RFQ goes out as a public notice, it should be public. I don't want to know ahead of time. I don't want to go out, but you know what? There's people that say, well, I never saw it. And I'm sure maybe Laura's come up with people that always come up and say, I never saw it and I didn't know, okay? Right?
That's true.
How are we noticed from this? And then we have to vote on the policy of it.
Okay, so what I did is I noticed it in the Lompoc Record, and that came out on a Sunday edition. It was actually posted on our website under our purchasing area where they post all of the RFPs and RFQs, which is a normal procedure for city jobs like that. And then I went so far as to also email the Real Estate Association, or Lompoc Valley Association of Realtors, and asked them to possibly disseminate that to all of their real estate that they had listed.
Let me clarify. I'm not
Okay.
complaining, about that. I'm just wondering about the process in the future, as far as noticing. It's nothing about CCRG or Debbie McComb or anything. I'm not complaining about the process. I'm just wondering if it can be a little more clear in the future. We have the power to create policy, so why can't we say we can be noticed at the same time you notice?
If I might answer that, the reason it starts getting a little complicated with, I think, public contract code in general, but specifically, generally what we and other cities would enter into is actually a no contact period of time while you have competitive processes like bids, RFPs, and RFQs underway, because that would, as Mr. Pannoni pointed out, it helps protect council from being seen as being selective in providing information to some and not for the others. That's why when we have an industry group available, we try to provide the information to the industry group, as we did this time, in addition to doing the legally prescribed notifications and the additional non-legally described notifications like on our website, but certainly doing the newspaper general readership and the like. So we do what we can do, but I know I was contacted as well by someone who was a commercial broker saying, well, nobody ever contacted me to let me know I had, that this was going on. Well, we're not supposed to contact you to let you know what's going on. So for instance, if people that regularly bid on city contracts will look for those opportunities to become available. They are reading the posts that are in the local newspaper, and they are looking on our website if they're looking to have that available. And in this case, we contacted the industry group. So we realize it's never perfect, but part of that is protecting and making sure that we're fair and not being seen as giving information to some and not to the others.
If I could rephrase my question then, okay, I understand about the RFQ. On the public notice end, is that something that's out of the ordinary also then? I can see with the RFQ now with the explanation, and I'll refer this to Patrick here, since is the public notice thing something that would be probably not advised as far as for us to at the same time? Is that something still that would be out of bounds or out of the ordinary?
When the public notice?
Yeah, because it's a public notice, but I just,
Well, we do a public notice that's prescribed by law, and I think maybe you're asking about a different type of public notice. So we put a notice into the newspaper, in this case, the Lompoc Record, to let them know the availability of this opportunity to respond to the RFQ.
I got you.
And in addition, we have information on our purchasing site of anything that's available. So are you saying like you'd want us to come to a council meeting and say, hey, we've got the following?
No, just the public notice. We're looking at a newspaper that's, and I'm looking ahead. It's not really about any of this, but as we run into questions and people are asking us, we're using a newspaper that's very limited. The readership is dropping. Maybe they're going to look on the website. I don't know that we're doing all we can do. Okay, it's not any of our faults.
Right. Well, that's why we went beyond just what the minimum qualifications are. And I'd agree with you that probably the stated requirement of posting in a newspaper of general readership is losing its relevancy perhaps across the nation, but nonetheless, that's still how it reads and still what we do, and we follow and comply.
Okay, I'll let someone else go question here. See what else is there. Thank you.
Councilmember Starbuck.
If I may address part of that question. Purchasing is one of the divisions that's under management services. The purchasing division has a lot of expertise in searching out for vendors that might be eligible for bidding on any type of RFP. And I just was on our mobile website right now. Purchasing is on that homepage of the mobile site. There are 26 pending RFPs right now that are on that website. So if there was a decision to make a policy on noticing of specific types of RFPs or RFQs, I would be a little leery of that because that information is already on the website. But do you want to be noticed on the next transformer RFP that goes out to retrieve information on that? That information is already there, and that information is already in the weekly update that is provided through Patrick. In my section, there's a link to that specific tabulation page that anybody can just click on, and you can go right to that tabulation page. One thing that was interesting to me when the discussion was about the website and how valuable it is. The number one site that is searched by people out in the world is the purchasing division site. So the purchasing division has the most hits of the whole entire city, besides the most wanted for the police department. It's right up there. So it's something that the vendors that are looking for RPs knows. They know where it is. So the fact that this particular one went out to the Association of Realtors locally was a good thing, because not everybody's going to look at that, but we did as much as we could to try to disperse it as widely as we could. So
I guess I'm a little sensitive because I got so many calls today, and saying, hey, no one told us, and then I heard it went to the Association of Realtors. I didn't see that one. Okay, I don't know if they sent it out. I hope so. But I'm just trying to make it a little easier, okay? I mean, in this instance, I got a lot of calls on this, okay? Being in the business, of course I did, so I had to ask the questions. There's a hole in the bucket, so I had to find out if we can put a little bit of make it better, okay? Obviously, you guys, what I'm hearing here, there's a resistance to any kind of changes at all. I get it. Maybe I'm way off.
I wouldn't characterize it that way. There's no resistance to change. We're just trying to tell you what our requirements are and trying to give you the best responses to your questions. But hopefully you won't read that as being resistance.
Councilman Starbuck.
There's a couple of reasons that I pulled this off of consent, because first off, I want to say I did not consider this to be routine business for the city. We're talking about liquidating assets, and I know this is the first step in it. I just want to throw out here real quick, there is a perception when you do have dual representation with the government. I understand this, but as long as it's above board and transparent, then there should be no issues with it. The one thing that I would like to be able to change with this proposal is, rather than initiate the process of determining disposition and then bringing it to the council, why doesn't the council look at this first? There is some historical properties here that we know some things about. There was some eminent domain property that we're trying to sell. If we're going to try and sell a park, I truthfully believe we should have a public hearing. Notice the neighbors. Just not all of a sudden sell their park. I think that we should just sit down and discuss what we really want to do with it. We've only had a single presentation. You showed us properties, we looked at some of them, and now it's moving into where we're going to task Central Coast Realty Group to go ahead and get rid of them, and you're going to coordinate and spend all this time and then bring it to us, when we could probably save you the time in the front.
No, that was not the intent. The whole presentation at the very beginning was to show you that these are just all of our properties that I found.
Yeah,
and they're categorized by their groups, and the very first one is the only one that we said is what we see as marketable right now. And those were like 5 parcels. It ended up to be like 3 properties, basically.
So those are the only ones we're talking about?
Those are the only ones. The rest of them, I need to do my due diligence in researching them and even figuring out if it's something that we would want to
Okay, well,
pursue.
see, that was part of my confusion, is I remember this, but we didn't specify it here in the staff report. So off the top of my head, I'm going to guess that we're talking about the parcels on T Street, K Street.
Right, the K.
There was also the Benton property mentioned, if I'm not mistaken, which I don't know.
No, that's not in those first three. The only first 3 properties that say market beside them were the only ones that we were looking at. Okay, now those would be marketable. We could sell them.
Which ones were those then?
I can grab it.
I can't read that.
Okay, good, he's got it up. Okay, so for...
I can't read that.
Oh, you can't. Okay, so the first group is what is shown as market on the side, and it's 518 North T, 1404 and 1408 West College Avenue, and 110 and 114 South K Street. Those are the only ones right now that we have as marketable. The rest of them were only to show you what properties that we had.
I understand now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I am clear
Okay.
on that now. I was
And-
hoping we weren't going through the whole list.
No, no,
there.
no. And the only reason that that was not put on the staff report is because the staff report is just only the selection of the RFQ. That's all that this was for. And so that's why I'm bringing it back, and it was put under consent because it was just to say, okay, this is who we selected out of our RFQ. It wasn't about the rest of those properties at all.
Yeah, I didn't understand that.
Oh, okay.
That's why I wanted to get the clarification on this.
Okay.
If it was just this and it was listed here, I would not. So, thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Councilmember Mosby.
Likewise, the same thing, the 5 parcels up here, I think it should be entered into the RFQ, because is there any, if somebody comes up and says, hey, I've got one of these up here I'm interested in, is there an option for that to come forward?
It
through this
is.
RFQ?
It is, but what would have to happen is I would have to actually research that property, all about what, city funding and everything else, if it's even for being able to be sold. And then we would have to bring it back for council to determine whether they would want to sell that property or not.
So the RFQ does reflect all of those properties then?
Yes, the RFQ refers to that list right there. And it doesn't say specifically, it's to say that we're determining disposition of these properties. My list shows that the very first 3 are marketable. The rest of them are all needing research and to determine disposition.
And, going back in time a little bit, the reason for us doing this is during budget review, we put down that we were going to sell $1 million worth of sales of property.
Yes.
And now it looks to me like maybe that's open-ended a little bit more. Is there a stop somewhere that when we hit $1 million, we stop selling property?
I don't believe that that was the
I don't think anywhere it was authorized that we went past the $1 million in sales.
Well, it's not a matter of authorized or not authorized. You've adopted a budget that anticipates $1 million worth of property sales, but you ultimately would decide what you want to proceed with or not proceed with, whether it's $500,000 or $2 million or nothing.
Well, right now it's open-ended. We don't have a stopgap or anything that's on there.
Well, it's not open-ended. I guess it's open-ended from the standpoint, could it be any dollar amount that we might sell? I guess so, but only with your approval.
Well, and as we go down the road, it's the approval, as we drag down a year or 2 years, whatever, the length we end up going with this on this. I think there's several things that should have been added in this RFQ. One was the limitation with the first 5 properties, number 1, and number 2, that should be something in here on the $1 million sales of properties.
Well, first of all, to the number 1, our intent was to retain a professional for any real estate transactions we were to proceed on as we tackle this list we're going through. Whether it was, and so we weren't anticipating hiring someone just to do 5 pieces of property, and then if we wanted to consider more property, to then go through another RFQ process and do that. So do that all over again with the RFQ process and come up with someone else. So our plan was, while we work our way through this list and ultimately deciding what we might want to sell and what we might not want to sell, that we were going to select a professional, a real estate broker professional that's going to help guide us through that. So that's what this is all about. The $1 million issue is a separate issue. That's a number that you approved within the budget. And if you want to do less, more, or exactly that number, you have ultimate control on that. So it's not open-ended from the standpoint that we're free to go sell everything. We would tell you that it looks like those first 5 pieces of property in that first 3 lines, the section, appeared to us from the research that Ms. Candy did to look like those are available and good to go. And so that's where we're going to focus to begin with. But we've got other work to do with the balance of the real estate. I just wanted to add, too, that we put in the possibility of some work being performed by the real estate professional. It doesn't commit us to having them do any additional. You know, it might be that we handle all of that work within staff, but we didn't want to close ourselves off by not including within the scope of work that we might find some advantage to calling upon and getting some help in some areas like that. So.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add, and even with those first parcels at the top of the list, each one of those are going to have to come back to you before they're actually sold.
I realize that. I realize what I'm getting at is we're getting, I think, way out there. This is to some degree the city's piggy bank. Granted, we have to spend a little money maintaining the piggy bank. We might have to mow some lawns. We might have to go look at the parcels and stuff. But this is a city's piggy bank to some degree. And accessing this piggy bank right now, and if somebody's going to come and the temptation will be there to the next level. Hey, the piggy bank's cracked open, guys. Well, we've got 6 properties. We got guys, we got $3 million. It's going to be very difficult for us when somebody's going to come through and say, hey, I want to buy that property, and the cat's out of the bag already. Guys, you know, the piggy bank's open. Are you going to take the money that's on the table, or are you going to try to glue the bank back together? And my point is that what's got going on here, we started this thing off with selling $1 million worth of properties. That was the initial discussion on this, that it came on there. And now we've got a whole long list, and well, you guys can say yes or no, but understand the temptation, once the piggy bank's broken, once the carrot's in front of the nose, and it might be a year from now, it might be 2 years, it might be 3 years from now, you've started the process of putting that money out. And we have $1 million already established that we're going to sell this. And I feel that we should stay focused on what our initial movement was the sale of up to $1 million worth of property that we approved in the budget, and then we go down that route. And if we take 5 properties, we do it. We get there. If we don't get there, then we take the next 5 on the list. And that's my suggestion and recommendation, that we go down the list in that methodology.
Well, it certainly makes sense to make those calls when we come to you with real estate proposals, but right now, we're just trying to bring a professional under contract. Tonight's item was to not make motions regarding the sale of property.
I realize that, but again, when you read through this document, there's questions. I mean, I'm not the only person who thought it looked like we were making the movement on these other parcels. And when you read in there, there's some vagueness and some holes in this report that makes it look like that our advancement is going this direction. And I don't have any problem going forward with a consultant on the first 5 properties and making movements and going that direction. I don't at all. I just, start opening up a big can and going down the line. Yeah. When somebody comes through and offers you something on a property, it's going to be very hard to say, no, we're not going to do that.
When I read the item, I thought we were merely hiring a consultant.
Councilmember Mosby. Councilmember
Mosby again? Shit. Yeah. Yeah. I've heard more crap tonight than I heard in a long time at a council meeting. Everybody's wanting to try and fund, so I'm getting sick and tired of it. One is that I want to thank both Patrick and Laura for putting this together, because I brought this up several months ago that we need to get rid of a bunch of vacant property in this town. Now we got a chance to do it. And all we can do is find excuses not to do it or to shut it off someplace. One, we did go out to get real estate agent, and they come back in there. If they didn't read the paper, didn't read their documents, and they call all the day, then someplace they're losing themselves. They're not paying attention to what's going on in the community. We've been talking about this. I think the job is well done. I don't remember the $1 million, but I just soon get rid of the property we don't need. And one of the things that's a lot different too is the cost of keeping those properties clean is also very costly, and that money could be used on the other properties with the guys who are working for us that don't have to go out and do that other piece of property. I've got something to bring up here later on just because of that. But we got property we don't need. The city doesn't need it. we can go ahead, we got those first 5, we can get those, rid of those, and we'll come in with the next 5. I never seen a dollar value put on it. I don't remember it, I just don't put that. I was just seeing a good idea that was coming down the road that we get these properties out of our hair. You know, all I hear before this council, we need money to buy this, we need money to buy that, we need to get Ryan Park fixed, we need this project fixed. The money coming off of that, and I don't know, there's always going to be some contingency, to my knowledge, to my background, it has to only go into one-time expenditures. And that's what it should be used for. And we got properties all over this town that we had to keep clean, and we're not doing it. We're not doing better than some of the landowners in this town, keeping their property clean, and we get it done. So that's where I'm coming. I want to thank them both, or I'm not going to give you any. And the real estate agents, I think it's good to have Shelby talking, and I know get her comments out of it, but the idea that if we got real estate agents coming and complaining they didn't know it, then they got to read the damn paper once in a while.
Now it's Councilmember Mosby.
Yeah, I want to answer Councilmember Holmdahl's question of where it is. It's page 126 of the budget book here that we have passed and approved here. So that's where the $1 million is. When you find your book, you can see it there.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you. Public comment on this issue? No, it's not. No.
Might as well be the public and the questions.
Pull it off the consent.
Good evening, council members. I'd like to just do a couple of clarifications as I was one of the applicants. Just to make it clear, and I was not contacted by anybody from the city to make application for the RFQ. I was contacted by a member of the Lompoc Association of Realtors. So it was given to the Lompoc Association of Realtors. It's my understanding it was given to the board of directors, and the board of directors said, you know, anybody have any idea of anyone who might be interested in this type of thing? I was contacted by an agent in our office that said, you know, Debbie, with the work you've done and the background that I have in both construction, in my career, I've, you know, lot splits and developments and everything else, along with my real estate career. They thought that I should be brought aware of this RFQ. So I looked at it and I spoke with my broker, and he was behind me to do this. So to answer your question, Victor, and the public's question, I found out, I guess, as anybody else could have possibly found out. It is my understanding in the scope of work, to also alleviate your concerns, is that working with the city and to alleviate the concerns over the dual agency, we discussed that, and in my interview and in the proposal, is that to alleviate that, I felt that all offerings that come in should come in and just, you know, as we get offers in, email your offer to, that those would go to Laura, so that she would be able to have those. I would not have any knowledge of what people were offering on these properties. Therefore, if somebody from our office, which we have 15 agents, or from another office, or if somebody contacted me, as in with commercial properties, it is very common for the general public to contact you as a listing agent, to ask questions about the property, to be informed about the property, and a lot of times they will want to work sometimes with the listing agent. I am a professional. I am a member of CAR and NAR, and we do live by a code of ethics that I take very seriously. And my responsibility is to the city, if I'm accepted, to take this position. Whether it's a residential property or commercial property, when you do represent, and as Councilmember Vega is aware of, when you represent both sides of a transaction, you cannot do any discussion of that. You cannot negotiate anything between them. Basically, you say, this is what I have listed, this is the property, this is the detail about the property. If you want to make an offering on that property, then you'll need to tell me what you want me to write down in that contract, and then I can take that contract and I can in turn send it again to Laurel if they ask me to help them, or if it's somebody else from our brokerage firm. So some of that you have to just know that the person you're hiring has a code of ethics that is also the same as the code of ethics that you all have. So I just wanted to make it clear that I followed the procedures. I made the application, I went through an interview, and I feel I'm qualified for the job, and there is no understanding that our firm will be listing all those properties. And that was hence the reasoning for the consulting portion of that. And that's at the direction of Patrick as the city manager to say, we need some additional help that's outside of our scope to decide on this property. My broker, on the other hand, also says, well, you know, we don't want the city to take advantage of you and say, let's spend all these hours with you, and they have no intention of listing that property. So that's a protection on both parts. And it is an upfront discussion that if they need me and they say, we need this information, we cannot obtain it, can you get this for us? That will be on properties that may never go for sale, but it may be able to describe the highest and best use for those properties. They may stay just exactly as they are, or in some cases, if they have to go back to, you know, whatever person you gave it to the city in the first place. So it is a working commitment that I have also to better the position of the city, to, you know, find great people that want to help and do some fun things and some good things with land that's sitting there empty. You know, so if the city tells me there'll be an individual listing, so every single property will have an individual listing for that one property. So there's no blanket listing for 5 properties or 10 properties. So you'll always see one property and the scope, the terms, whatever, and that's going to be, I'm assuming, reviewed by everybody before it's actually put out there. So if I have any questions, then I'm happy to answer questions.
Councilman Vega?
Debbie, thanks, okay? And you know, again, I have to reiterate, this is not anything to do with you or your company. I've gotten calls, you know, there are people here that just say yes to everything, so we have to ask some of the hard questions, okay? Because they'll beat us up on the other end, okay? So basically, I don't think it's wrong to ask these questions before we get into a bind. There's people here that just want to sell stuff. They just want money. They don't care how they get it. So that's why we're here to ask the questions. And that's our due. That's what we're here for, to represent whoever elected us to put it in, okay? So that's the reason. So I wanted to clarify that.
Okay. Anything else for Ms. McComb? Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Okay, we're going to close public comment, bring it back to the council. Councilmember Mosby.
I was ready to make the motion, make staff recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Let's vote. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Yes, oral communication. This is your last opportunity to speak to us for up to 2 minutes. Seeing no one rise, we're going to close oral communication. Bring back to the council for council requests, comments, and meeting reports. We'll start with Councilmember Vega.
I'm sure I went to a couple things here, but nothing to report right now, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Humdahl.
Yeah, just a couple of times at the chamber mixer, and there was a good crowd at that mixer at the hospital. I thought that was really turned out. Yeah, you were there too. The other thing is that we were talking about grass and properties and such, is that the corner of Walnut and 7th is a real mess. We got the private sector that owns that one corner. That grass is 3 feet tall, and I don't know how long it's going to take them to get in and get it out. The hospital's property is only 2.5 feet tall. So I think that it's a real major fire hazard are starting to come on by private property owners. The city's been out doing a real good job trying to get their properties clean and keep the fire hazard out. We may get a little bit of rain this week, but the grass and the brush is just as dry as it's been all winter. So I think that if you know of a friend of yours or anybody else that hasn't cut the grass around the house, it's a real true fire hazard. So those two are kind of concern I had on that. And I know the fire department, the hospital should take care of those, but that property owner needs to be noticed. I know we wait till the end of the time because they want to make sure it all goes to seed and doesn't regrow, but that is no way to take care of it this year. It's got to be different.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mosby.
I just wanted to make a couple comments. I had a public forum here last week on the 12th, and a couple of comments that came through, and I told the group that I would share them. One of the comments, they said there was a more user-friendly website out there. Some people having some difficulties with it, and I made a recommendation, or let them know that we'd hired an individual to do that, to try to make it more user-friendly, and it's moving along. More information available. Again, that comes along with an easier access. One of the comments was made about how's the public treated when they come up here to the podium, and a number of the people had said how they felt intimidated when they came up here with people rolling their eyes or making comments and such on them, and very intimidating coming up here. One of the questions was, when they come up here, there's such a group of people that are up here, and they were asking, well, why are more than the elected people up on the dais? Why is staff up there as well? They felt having the number so much greater. If 5 of us were here as opposed to the whole gathering we have here, felt it was very intimidating coming to the microphone. Let's see. They felt there was some disconnect between the constituents and the city, and I said that that's what you're supposed to come out here and ask questions and get engaged with committees and commissions, because we have a ton of them out there, and there's a lot of availability out there. Another question was about agenda materials and postings, and I know except for, I think, one time, I think our city clerk has been pretty solid for the last year or 2 or 3 or something. She had one oops there one time, and she's been doing. That's my comment. I went back and I felt there was only one that was there, and that got cleared up. And one of the questions that did also come out as well is, when will rate increases stop? So that's kind of their top 7 list that came through. And another thing, I had the opportunity this weekend to enjoy the Spring Fest, and Councilmember Starbuck and myself, we had to do our duties as tasters there, and it was a difficult chore and task, but we did it 2 days in a row. We had to do it, but they gave us a goodie bag, the city of Lompoc being a sponsor, so there's a goodie bag here, and there's some fine looking beads that I'm sure that Councilmember Holmdahl and the mayor would love to be on their neck real fast. So there's some beads for you guys, there's some hats in here and some other items. So we'll leave this over here for you guys to grab out of the bag. And I'm going to put a shout out to this group. These guys, if you watch how hard they work to put that together, it's not an easy task that they do out there. And that group, you know, to go around and be cheerful and to go through that and coordinate it and balance it out, and the weather was perfect too as well. And this brings me to my last item, but I did some research myself, and I was trying to go back and look and trying to find staff reports on the Utility Commission staff reports, actually, and there's a binder out here that has items in it, and you can see it right behind Connie's desk out here, and it has three months worth of staff reports out of the commissions and committees there. Some of them weren't there. Economic Development Committee, the only one there was November's meeting was there. There weren't any other updating from there. So if we could tidy that one up to some degree, but I'd also like to see that not only 3 months, but we went back 12 months of staff reports being there, not just 3 months. And I'm making a council request here, so obviously I have to get a couple other votes to go with this. But if we could have 12 months of the items there. But I'd also like to have the staff investigate, and I did talk with the city clerk about this, and that is digitizing staff reports, because a lot of the staff reports aren't online. They aren't available for several of the committees and commissions. So if they could research it, and I know there's a potential problem with storage, data storage. I'm sure most of all these files, nobody's got a typewriter anymore, so there are electronic copies. You don't have to photocopy them and put them through that way. So maybe we can investigate having those attached. I had some difficulty finding a staff report from the Utility Commission going back, and to come and not bother, but go to the city clerk and say, hey, I need. And sometimes you don't know what you're looking for. You need to dig deep to try to find it. So I guess I have 2 council requests. One is that we put 12 months of reports, staff reports out there in the binders. 12 months of that. And the second one is to investigate on putting and digitizing the staff reports to go up with the committees and commissions. So I guess the first
Just for
one.
the record, it's asking for 2 other people to ask to put it on the agenda to have that discussion.
The second item would be, yes, to have the staff come back with a recommendation.
Both items would be, because you're asking the council to give direction.
There we go. I need both of those on agenda items, I guess. So the first one is going 12 months instead of 3 months. And for the sake of transparency,
I don't think that would involve much more time for staff.
Okay, so he needs a second and a third.
No, I would second both of those.
Do you have a third?
I'll give him a third.
Okay, that's done.
That, for both of them?
Yes, for both.
Okay.
All three of them.
And all three, very good.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah. Well, you know, being a barbecue rib judge is a tough job, but somebody had to do it, so, but I have no reports.
Okay. I attended many meetings, but nothing at city expenses, so I don't have to report any meetings. I just want to make a comment. I think most of everyone knows that we lost 2 retired officers, police officers this week, in the past couple of weeks. Both of them had spent over 20 years, almost 30 years with our police department, and both great gentlemen, and they're sorely missed by their families and the city. I also have a council request. The individual that addressed the drones today. I'd like to make a council request that the city attorney, possibly the police chief and staff, work on a possible ordinance to look at the use and address the city code for use of drones. And I'd like to have a second and a third on that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, yes. Second.
Okay, thank you.
Third.
Okay. Okay, so that's it. Anything else? Okay, so the city council will adjourn to a joint meeting with the Airport Commission at 5:30 p.m. on Tuesday, May 3rd, 2016. Good night. Thank you.